guys, how are you doing? I hope you're well. This is a new video series that I'm starting, and in this video series we'll be building a complete restaurant management system using Golang. So we'll be building the backend only. Now a lot of you have been asking me that you've taught me how to build an authentication system using Golang. So there's an authentication Golang JWT series, right? And then I've shown you how to use how to build different type of CRUDs, right? And like to-do lists and book management system, those type of CRUDs. Now, how do you actually build a real world application? How do you combine authentication along with a complete CRUD which has multiple relationships amongst them to build an actual project? So this is what we're doing right now. We're in this project, we'll have authentication, we'll have complete JWT authentication, all of that, and we'll have a complete model system. By model system, I mean like having all these different relationships between different things to create a complete restaurant management system. So let me explain to you what we're going to do, and I'll give you a small demo also of the project as well. So we'll have a menu, and the menu will have name, category, and ID. So we can have different categories of menus. So let's say there's a slider menu, there's a burgers menu, there's a smoothies menu. So all menus will be different, and each menu has multiple food items. So the food items will have a name, price, and ID. Now obviously these data structures that I've created here are not complete, in the sense I've not shown you that food also needs to store the menu ID. I've not shown you here that, but I'm just giving an idea of what it's going to be like. These are not the exact schemas for the DB right now. They're just for representation only, so don't like get into the technicalities, because I'll actually we'll actually think about the actual schemas in the project. So food item will have the menu ID. Basically the menu has multiple food items, and then there is a table. In a restaurant you also have a table, right? So each order that is placed has a table ID. So orders are placed for a table, right? And orders also have order items. So order items also store the order ID, right? So order items are basically food items basically. So like they'll have the quantity of the food item, the unit price, and ID. So in every order you'll have order items, which will basically a food item with a particular quantity and the complete price, and it'll have an ID of its own. And then you have the invoice. So invoice is created for each order, right? And that has its own different things like payment method and payment status and all of those different things. An order also has order date, right? So this is the entire structure. It's quite straightforward. We also have users and authentication, all of that, like I told you about. So we have all of that, and the core of that will be very similar to what we have built in JWT and Golang authentication series. So I'll be rebuilding it in this series, but if you've done that series, you can completely skip it and completely come to this part, right? I don't want to skip it completely, because there could be many people who have not done it, and then they'll get completely confused. So I will not go so in this video series I won't go into complete depth of building the entire like explaining to you the entire authentication system. I'll just build it quickly, and then mostly I'll be focusing on this entire part, right? How to make these models, how to give these references, and how to have the entire APIs for all of these different things. So I hope this is clear. And there could be a lot of background noise right now that you could be hearing, is because I'm not sure if you guys know that I'm from India, and I'm taking a vacation. I'm in Goa, so there'll be a lot of background noise of different type of birds. I'm living in a complete jungle, so so I hope you can understand that, and I hope that's not a problem. So anyways, so now let me give you a demo of the project. So let me take you through the entire project. This is a small collection that I've created, and here are the different requests. And right now we are keeping things to a minimum, but we'll have many more requests here in this collection. Now I have my server running on port 8000, and I'll have to create a new name. So I'll say Akhil 456 and Sharma blah 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 blah, and I'll change the email address as well, and I'll change the phone number as well, and then I'll just click on sign up. So as you can see, it has inserted this user into the database, and it's given us this new inserted ID. And now we'll log in. To log in, we'll use this password from here, and we'll use this email address that we've just used to sign up, and we'll receive the token. As you can see, we'll copy this token and keep it, and now we'll add the menu. To add the menu, we must send the token, and we'll create a new menu, slider menu, which has category food. So it's given us an ID. And now to add a food item, it requires the menu ID. So we'll take this menu ID, we'll send it in the food item, and let's call it chicken. Let's just call it vegan sliders, price $25. So it's saying the error has the token has expired. That's because we didn't copy and paste the token here, the new one, in this particular API. So we'll copy and we'll paste and add food item the new token, and we'll send it. So you get an inserted ID for food item as well. Similarly, you'll have get table, get orders. I'll show you all of them when we start building these APIs. All right. It's going to be quite straightforward. We'll together, together all of us will think about the right fields to keep in all of these different schemas, how to connect them, and then we'll also write the APIs, as in what all APIs are required. In the sense, if we don't require delete API or edit API, sometimes we'll just skip them. But if they are really critical, we'll keep them, all right, for most of these different modules. So these are our different modules. We'll have to create APIs for all of these different modules, all right. So that's how the entire project is kind of set up. So I hope you're excited to learn, and I hope you're going to learn a lot of new things. So as you can see, I'm in my PowerShell, and I'm on my in the place on my computer where I usually keep my Golang projects. So here I want to create a new project called Restaurant Management. So I'll cd into it, and I will open this up in Code Editor. In this case, I'm using Visual Studio Code. And here we'll quickly start creating the folders that we need for the project. Right. So the structure that I'm going to keep is going to be quite straightforward. I'm not going to use a very complicated project structure. So I'm going to have controllers. By the way, I got this project structure from a Node.js project actually. So I'm trying to kind of follow that in Golang. And then I have a database folder. Then you have a middleware folder. And we'll have models, routes. Alright. So these are the main ones actually. And then obviously you'll have your main.go file. Now in your controllers, actually let's start from models, alright. So in your models, you'd want to have, so we'll go to models and controllers and middleware like that, and then routes. So in your models, you'd want to have a file called food model.go. I've already shown you in the first video that we'll have a food model, and we'll have a menu, we'll have an order item, or invoice, all of those things I've already shown you. Then we'll have another file called invoice model.go. Then we'll have menu model.go. So I like creating the structure and all the files before we actually start the coding process. All right, so that in this way, I've when I used to watch tutorials on YouTube, I used to always get confused that where exactly is the user, is the teacher now, where instructor right now, where is he, when did he create this file? So it's always, I found it really useful when the instructor would create all the files in the beginning, and he would show me the structure of the project like I had shown you in the first video. And then when you start writing the code in the files, then it just makes sense, because then you have complete context. Okay, now in my controllers I have these 4 files. Okay, I'm in this file now, right? You'll have complete context on how to navigate between the project. You'll never get confused. And then We'll have our order model. Then we have our order item model. All right, and table model. So we have food, invoice, menu, order item, table, and then I need a user model to log the user in. Then I'll need one more. It's called notedmodels.go, and I'll shortly explain to you why we need it. So these are all my models, right? And now we'll work on our middleware. Middleware, I just need one. So if you've done the complete JWT authentication project, it's the same middleware that we'll use here. It's authmiddleware.go. And actually, I'll have one more folder called helpers. Not here, but outside here. I'll have one more folder called helpers. And in helpers also, we'll have a similar file like we did in the JWT authentication series. So we'll have a token helper, right? And we'll have exactly the same structure, same code that we had earlier. Now let's work on our database folder. In a database folder, we'll just have one file called database connection.go, and then we'll work on our controllers. So controllers we'll have to have with respect to our models. What that means is that you'll have a controller for food, so you'll have food controller.go. Now this project structure that we're following is almost like an MVC, right? Where you get something from your route, it goes to your controller, it goes to your models, and then from the models you have a database connection. So that's the kind of structure I'm trying to follow here, right? So your controllers will almost have the same files as your models. So you'll have a food controller, and you'll have an invoice controller here. All right, we'll have a menu controller, an order controller, order items controller, table controller, and user controller. Okay, so very similar to this, right? So you have a food controller, invoice controller, menu controller, order items, table, user, same things basically. So our models and our controllers are done. Our database folder is also done, and our helper folder is done. So is our middleware folder. Now all we need to work on is the routes folder. So in the routes folder, again we have our food router.go, and we have our invoice router.go. Then we'll have our menu router. So this is again equivalent to your models and controllers. Okay, so you have routes. From the routes, your project will enter from your main file. It will have all this connection to the routes. Then the data command will get distributed to the routes, and from the routes you'll have the controllers where you'll have most of the logic, and then from there you'll have the models. They'll refer to the models, right? So routes, you'll have your food router we've created, invoice router, menu router. You'll have your order router.go. Then you'll have your order item router, router.go, and table router and user router, table router.go, and user router.go. All right. So that's the project structure. Now I'll just close up all these files quickly. And now is the right time to start working on our main.go file. So main.go file basically has package main. Sorry. And you'll import a couple of things obviously. And you'll have a connection to the database. So I'll work on that later on, but for now let's just have a func main. And now let's start writing our func main. So here I'll say port. I'll just get the port, so it'll be os.get environment port, and if port is nil, as in we have not set the environment variables, then by default we'll select port 8000. Okay, and here so I'm using the gin router. Router is equal to gin.new. If you don't know how gin router works, then do check out the JWT authentication tutorial series. I have explained there. So here we'll also use gin.logger, and we'll have routes. So before I use routes, let me actually import them here. So in the import statement, firstly I obviously need OS to get the environment, and then I need the database folder, I need the middleware folder, I need routes, and I need a MongoDB driver. So here we'll go and we'll initialize our project. So let's say go mod init restaurant management, and before that I'll just write Golang. So it creates a go.mod file for me, and here now in the project I can start saying Golang restaurant management / database . So now it was giving me squiggly lines before, and now it has resolved. So this is my absolute route, right? Golang restaurant management / database, and I'll use Golang restaurant management / routes. I'll get the routes package, and I'll get the middleware package as well. So I'll just copy and paste it here / middleware. Right. So these three things I definitely need, and I need a MongoDB driver. So I'll say go.mongodb.org /mongo driver /mongo. So now I'm getting these three squiggly lines here because I have imported these and it has resolved these for me, but I'm not using them. And I definitely need gin. So I'll say github.com/gingonic/gin. Okay. Here you'll say routes.user routes router and router.use middleware.authentication, and then we'll just initialize all the routes. So we'll say routes dot food routes router and routes dot menu routes router routes dot table routes routes dot order routes. So we're just initializing all our routes and order items routes. Run at the designated port. All right. So these are the routes that we're talking about, and here we'll say var food collection to basically get connected to the right collection. So let's say MongoDB.collection is equal to database dot open collection database dot client comma food. So in your, if you have your Robo 3T, if you're using a local host for MongoDB, or if you're even if you're using a fully managed service, then you'll see the food collection get created whenever you run this project, right? Because even in MongoDB, even if you don't create a database specifically, it creates it for you. So all we've done in our main.go file is simply initialize all our routes, because when you use a router, you'll also have to use a middleware for authentication to check if the user is authenticated, and only then he'll be able to use these routes. And these are different routes. Like this time we don't have just user route, right? We have food routes and menu routes and table routes, all of those routes. That's why we have to initialize all of them. And so this is all that we have to do in our main.go file. So as simple as that, pretty straightforward. And now is a great time to start working on our user routes. So I'll come to my user routes package file and I'll call it package routes. I'll import a couple of things. So I obviously, in my routes file, I obviously need Golang, and I need my controllers, because from the routers the control needs to go to the controllers. So I'll say Golang restaurant management / controllers. All right. So we'll say func user routes and incoming routes is pointed to gen engine, and here you'll have multiple incoming routes. So for example, you have a get route for /users, which will return the list of the users, and we want controller.getUsers functions to handle it. Then we have incoming routes dot get user / user ID, and we want controller dot get user function to handle it, and incoming routes dot post and incoming routes dot post. So I'll have two post routes here, for obviously for sign up and login, right? So here I'll say users / sign up comma controller dot sign up. So all you need to remember now is that you have to create these functions in the controller file: get users, sign up, and login. And here you'll say use users / login comma controller login. All right, so your user router file is also complete. So similarly, what we'll also do is, I'm running a little short on time, so I'll just create this food router file with you, and then in the next video we'll actually cover up all the other router files. So here quickly I'll say package routes, and I'll import a couple of things, and I'll say func food routes. So this food routes, right, is a function in the routes package, and that's what we're defining here, right, this food routes. Similarly, we had user routes, and those are the functions that we've called in our main.go file, in case you got confused there. And here for our food routes, we'll have incoming routes star gin.engine, and I need gin Golang here definitely, /gin/gin. I need this package in all of my router files, and we obviously need access to controllers because that's where the command will go. So we don't have github.com this time, we'll just say Golang restaurant management /controllers. All right, so here you'll see incoming routes.get. I'll have 4 routes here. One will be for /foods, then I'll have /foods/id, and I'll have /foods for post to create a food item, and then I'll have an update for which I'll use patch. So I'll say incoming routes.get. So this will be for all foods, get all foods. This will be for get a particular food item, and this post will be for list, like creating a new food item, and this post will be, here it will be a patch to update a food item. So let's say /foods, controllers dot get foods. Okay, and here one thing that I've not done is call this controller, and here I've made a small mistake. I've put /gin, so this squiggly line now goes away. I think I made this slight mistake here as well. I have to call it controller. All right. So for get, we'll say /foods/food ID, controller dot get food. For post also we'll say /foods, controller dot create food, and for patch we'll say /foods/food ID, controller dot update food. Perfect. So you have your user router ready, you have your food router ready, and your main go file is also ready. So I'll start with the invoice routes first. So let's click on our invoice routes, and here we'll start with package routes. So what we're doing here is that each of these folders, right? So let's say if there's a routes folder, models folder, or a controllers folder, all of the files in this folder will all belong to the same package, which is called package routes. So when you install the package, that whole package into your main.go file, it becomes easy to access all of these different functions. So the routes package has a food routes function. So what I'm doing here is that the package is called routes, but all of these different files have different functions. So for example, user routes is a different function, and food routes is a different function, right? So similarly, invoice routes will be a different function, and all those functions are being, as you can see, called here. Okay, and here you can see that user routes also does not have a squiggly line because I've defined the user router. So I'm hoping that you're understanding what we're doing exactly. These all could have been in the same file. All of these different functions could have been in the same file, and the file could have been called package routes. But I decided to create different files because it just keeps everything cleaner. You have separation of concern basically in all the files. So we'll say func invoice routes, and here we'll have our incoming routes, which is *gin.engine, and we'll use the incoming routes function, and then we'll have a get. So I'll very similar to my food routes, I'll have a get all invoices, get invoice by ID, create an invoice, and I'll have patch invoice with ID. So very similar to that. So what I can do is I can just copy and paste it here. So usually in all my other tutorials, I type everything by hand because that's what I believe is the right way for a developer to type everything by hand so that you build more muscle memory. But in this video, I'm just going to copy and paste a lot. The reason is that this is complete restaurant management backend, which includes authentication and a lot of CRUD. So I'm assuming that you already have good command over Golang, and that's why you're building this product with me. All right. So if in case you're not comfortable with Golang, do check out the other videos on my channel. I have more than 100 videos on Golang. So do those first. Don't do this if you're not very comfortable with Golang. All right. Otherwise, you'll just end up getting confused because I'm just moving really fast in this particular series. I'm not explaining a lot. I'm not explaining every single line. I'm just moving very, very quickly because I'm assuming you've already seen a lot of my other videos. So here what's happening is that you have get invoices, and then controller will be our package, and that will have a function called get invoices. So that's what we are accessing here. So here in controller we'll have get invoice and create invoice. So wherever it's food, we're just replacing with invoice. All right, and update food, instead of that we'll have update invoice. This also is invoices and invoices / invoice ID. All right, so your invoice router is also done. Now we can work on our menu router. So click on your menu router, and your menu router also you want to keep a very similar kind of a pattern. So I'll just copy and paste this entire thing here instead of writing it. And we'll say, okay, so one small mistake I've made is that I should have called this invoice routes function, and here it's going to be called menu routes. All right, and here instead of this we'll have menus. Similarly here as well, menus, and here we'll have menu ID, menus, and menu ID. Okay, and in the controllers you'll have similar functions. You'll have get menus and get menu out here, create menu, and update menu. Awesome. So what we're expecting here is also that we'll have a controller. So we'll go here and import controller as well in our import statement. Similarly, in our invoice router, I'll do the same. I'll just copy and paste this whole thing And now since we are copying and pasting from food router, just check once to make sure by mistake you have not left anything with food, right? So this should have everything with menus, this should have everything with invoices. So everything looks good so far. Then we'll work on our order router. So click on your order router, and here you want to have exactly the same kind of a structure. So you'll copy from menu. Let's copy from menu, copy and paste it here, and here instead of menu routes you will have order routes. And like I'm doing a lot of copy pasting right now for routers, I'll do the same for controllers also. Then that will ensure that our project gets over in like much lesser time. So here you'll have orders, order, and orders. Again, replace this with order and order. All right, and here you'll again replace this with get orders, get orders, create order, and update order. Perfect. So your order routes is also complete. All right, it was very simple to create that. Now we'll create our order item router, right? So order item router will have a little different structure in the sense we'll have one more extra route. So that's why before that we'll work on our table router actually. So let's because table router will have the same structure as the order router. So let's copy this, go to our table router, paste it here. Instead of order, just replace order. If you want to work even faster, just replace order with table, and let's see what happens. But make sure you select this, which ensures only when the type, the capital and all of that is also matching. The case, I think it's called the case matcher or something like that, right? Match case, yeah. So make sure you did that. And now we'll do the same with the small o and small t. All right, so you're done now. And this was your table routes. Okay, now in your order item route, you'll just copy and paste this whole thing here as well, but there will be a simple change. So this file I won't work really fast with because there's a few changes here and there, so let me do it a little manually. So here I'll say order item routes, and instead of tables you have order items. Please make sure that you make this I capital, right? This can be slightly confusing, or you might just miss it by mistake, because in the function it will be get order items where O and I are both capital. So this is why I'm typing everything manually, because you might make a mistake here. Just make sure you get all of this right. Here again, this order items, this part will be the same in all of these routes. So I'll copy and paste that there quickly. So this part is same. And here instead of table ID, you'll have order item ID. And here you'll say get order item. So here there's a small mistake in my get orders. So this is what happens when you copy and paste very quickly. There's a slight mistake here. It should have been order, not orders, and here it should have been get table, not tables, because get tables is getting all the list of all tables, whereas we want a particular table with a particular table ID. So that's why we'll say get table. Similarly with get order as well, right? So make sure you make that change quickly. And here you'll have get order item, and then we'll have create order item here. So here I can see a small mistake with the spelling of create, so make that change as well. Create, wherever we have create, I didn't put an E. I think everywhere else it's okay. Here also it should be create menu. So this is what happens when you copy and paste. You copy and paste all the mistakes as well, right? So you feel like you're saving time, but sometimes you end up spending more time. So just need to be careful where you copy and paste quickly within your own code. All right. So here we'll get or create order item, and update order item. All right. And here definitely we'll have order item ID. Now there's one more API that we'll be creating here, one more route, and that will be if I have an order ID, I want to get all the order items for that order ID. So how do I do that? So that's what I will create here. So I'll say incoming routes dot get / order items dash order. Just make sure you get this right. / order ID. Okay, so this is a completely different route. It's not similar to other routes. It's completely different. Here we're getting all the order items inside that order. It's a get method, and here the function that we'll have will be controller dot get order items by order. Perfect. So if you can see, all of our router files are complete, and now what we need to do is we need to go to our main.go file and see that it has started picking up all of those files, and it's not giving us a squiggly line anymore. It's picking up all of those, and which is perfect, right? It's giving us a squiggly line here. So what we can do is we can say go mod tidy. And hopefully it would now have resolved that problem, and we don't have those problems anymore. It'll give you a squiggly line here because you have not defined a package database and middleware, so you've only defined the routes package, and that's why the squiggly line here is gone, whereas these two still remain. But these two packages have been installed, so in all your other files it will stop giving a squiggly line for Gengonic. We'll start working on our database connection file. Let me close the other router files that we have already completed. Our main.go file is also completed, right? So database connection, this is going to be called package database, and we're going to import a couple of things here, out of which I'll definitely require context, because I'll pass some context with timeout. I'll require fmt to print out stuff, and I'll use log to log out errors, time to give the timeout. Then I obviously need the MongoDB drivers, so I'll say mongodb.org/mongo driver/mongo, and go.mongodb.org/mongo driver/mongo/options. All right. So if you save this file, since we're not using any of these packages, it will remove all of those. So don't save it right now. And here we'll create our function funcdb instance, and returns a Mongo client for you. So we have MongoDB. We'll give the link for MongoDB, which is MongoDB localhost 7017 in my case. If you don't have MongoDB installed on your local machine and you want to learn how to do it, there's a video in my channel you can go and check it out. It's how to install MongoDB on Ubuntu. Otherwise, you can use a fully managed service also. You don't have to use it on your local host. The code will be exactly the same. You just have to replace your link here. That's it. And we'll just print out our MongoDB. And here I'll just make this b smaller because I might need to use MongoDB somewhere else. So just to avoid confusion here. So here I'll say mongo.new client. So I'll use the Mongo library and I'll use the new client function. And I'll say apply URI. And the URI that I want to apply is my MongoDB URI that I just created here. Okay, so that's what I'm sending in the options from this options package. So that will create a new client for me. So I want to capture that in a variable called client, and I'll also handle the error. Capture the error now, but I'll handle it right now. So let's handle the error. So I'll say if error not equal to nil, you will say log.fatal error. So in Golang, that's how we do it. We capture the error and then we handle it right there itself. We don't have a try catch block kind of a situation. And then we'll have our context. Like I said, we'll have our timeout. So he will say I'll use my context package and with the timeout function, and I'll say context.background, and I'll use the time package to give it a time of about 10 seconds. All right. And we'll capture this in a variable called CTX, and we'll also have cancel. And cancel, you already know, needs to be deferred, so that runs at the end of the function. And now we'll use client.connect function. We'll pass our context to connect to the database, and if there's an error we can capture it here. Now let's handle the error. So we'll say if error not equal to nil, we'll say log.fatal error, which is exactly the same that we did here. Okay, and if everything goes well, we'll print out in our console connected to MongoDB, and we'll return the client. All right, and after this let's create the instance. So we'll say var client star mongo dot client is equal to db instance. So we'll call this function which returns the client, which we'll capture in a variable called client. And now we have to create a function called open collection, which is this function, right? So in your database package, you need to have this function called open collection, which we don't have right now, and that's what we're creating. So we'll say func open collection takes in a client, which is Mongo client, takes in a, so this is Mongo dot client, sorry, takes in a collection name which is string, and returns a Mongo collection. So it returns a particular collection in your MongoDB database. All right, so here we'll say var collection, which is type of Mongo dot collection, and client dot database. Now you can call the database anything here, so let's call it restaurant for now. Dot collection and collection name. Whatever collection name that you end up passing for this database. If it doesn't have this database, I'll create this database for you. So right now I'm just sending it as restaurant. Okay, and here we'll return collection. So this squiggly line will go away because right now we're not using it. So once we return it, those lines go away. and the whole code is perfect now. There's no issues. So your database connection file is complete. All right, so we're moving quite fast. As you can see, we have created all of our routes. We have created our main.go file. We've created our database connection file, all within just the first 4 videos, which is quite fast. Now let's start creating the outline of our user controller. In my user controller, I'll just click on it, and in my user controller, I need to say that it's a package controller. And this line obviously is going to be in all of these, right? These are all part of package controller. Cool. Let me go back to my user controller. Here I'm going to import a couple of things. And I'll have a function called getUsers. Right? If you go to your user routes, you'll come to know what I'm talking about. So we need to have a function called getUsers, getUser, sign up and login. These 4 functions at least we need in our controllers, right? So here we'll have a func getUsers, gen.handler func. Okay, and here it will have a return func c star gen.context, the standard gen syntax. And then you have your function for get user. So I'm just creating the outlines right now because I know I need these functions. So I'm creating a outline of all these functions that I know that I'll need. So this will return again a func which will return it will take c gen dot context, and then you have your sign up and login functions. So you'll say func sign up, U is capital, just make sure, gen dot handler func, and it's going to return a function c star gen dot context. All right, then you have your login function. Again, we'll say gen.handler func will return a function again, takes context. Okay, so we have these 4 functions, but I need 2 more functions that you already know, because if you've done my GWT authentication series, you already know that we need 2 more functions. One is called the hash password function, which takes in your password, which is a string, and it returns a string which will be a hashed password. And you also know that I will need a function to verify password. When we are logging in the person, we want to be sure that's the same and the right person, right? So user's password and provided password is what it'll take, and it'll return a boolean saying, yeah, it's the right person who's trying to log in. Perfect. So these are the functions that I need. Now when I go to my user router, I'll see that all of the squiggly lines have gone away, because it's picking up all these functions that I just created, right? Even though there is no definition in those functions, it's still picking these up. Now there are squiggly lines here because I'm not returning anything from these functions. Because I'm returning something from here, so there's no problem, but I'm not returning anything from here. So that's why there are squiggly lines for these functions, and I am getting these errors. But it's not a problem. It's not at all a problem, and I can cross it out. Similarly, for food controllers, I'll create a couple of functions quickly, just the function outlines. So I like working in this way where I've created all the routes, and now I know which all functions need to be present, and then I create just the outlines of those functions in all of the files, and then I start writing those functions. So that ways I've realized that you don't really miss a lot, because you already have the outline and you know what you need to be working on. So this is going to be now. I know this advice sounds like a very small. It's a very small point, but it's a very strong advice when you're working on big projects and you have a lot of planning to do. Right? This will really help you. Right now, you'll feel like, "Arey, it's so obvious." Trust me, it's not obvious when you work on really big projects, and you even the smallest mistakes can end up taking a lot of time. Anyhow, so here we'll return a function again. C star gen dot context. So I know I need this get foods function. Why? Because in my food router, I need get foods, I need get food, I need create food and update food. All right. So this is my get foods function, and then you'll create your get food function. So you'll come here and you'll say func get food gen dot handler func, and this will return c star gen dot context. Then you obviously need create food, right, and you need update food. Okay. There are two more functions that I'll need, and I'll just create the outlines for those. So one is I need a function to round off the values. It will take a number and a float 64. Don't worry about it. I'll explain to you why I need it. Right now, just create this outline with me. And I need a toFixed function, which is going to take a number, which is going to be float 64 number. And it's going to have precision. It's going to be int, is going to return a float 64. Okay. Now, if we go to our food router, we can see that all the squiggly lines for the food functions have gone away, which is awesome. And similarly, I can do the same for my invoice controller as well. So I'll come to invoice controller. And here we'll have the same functions, right? Update, get invoices. Now between invoice controller and food controls, there'll be some differences in the functions, as in the function definitions. Name of the functions obviously are going to be same, but in the function definitions there are going to be some critical changes. So just be careful. I mean, don't copy and paste quickly in places where I'm not copying and pasting, because there could be possible landmines there. Because invoices function is going to be a little different from the other, as in the functions in this file are going to be a little different from the other files. So I'll be typing this mostly by hand. I won't be copying and pasting a lot in this file. All right, when we start creating the definition of the functions. So you know that you need a get invoices, because you have a get invoices here. So now, as you can see, the squiggly line here has gone away because we just created that function here. Here, similarly, we need get invoice, create invoice, and update invoice. So here, this part at least I can copy and paste. Right here, get invoice. I'll make it get invoice, and this is going to be create invoice. And I need update invoice. So I'll come here and I'll say perfect. So I need these 4 functions at least. Mind you, the definition is going to be slightly different of these functions from the other functions, other files. So I won't be copying and pasting the logic in these functions from other files. I'll be writing it by hand. So I'm just pointing it out to you. And for your menu controller, again, you'll have your create menu, update menu, get menus, all of that. So the way to check what all functions we need in our menu controller is from the menu router. So I need these 4 functions. So which is very similar to my invoices. So I'll copy this whole file, paste it here, and I'll make this get menus. Okay, so get menus is sorted. Now I need get menu. I need create menu and update menu. Create menu and update menu. Alright, so your menu controller is also, the outline is also done. Invoice controller outline is done. Food controller outline is done. Let's work on our order controller. Order controller, we'll copy and paste our invoice controller file completely here. And let's open up our order router. We need get orders, create order, update order. So come here, get orders, get order, create order, and update order. Perfect. So our order controller is done. Now let's work on our table controller. So for table controller, you'll open up your table router and you'll copy and paste this code from here into your table router, table controller. And here you'll have get tables and then get table, create table, and update table. All right, so all the squiggly lines have gone away, so that our that means our work here is mostly done. Now comes the order item controllers. This is the part where you need to be a little careful, because in your order item router also you have one more extra function. All right, so I'm going to type this by hand. So I'll say func get order items gen dot handler func return func c star gen dot context. So that's your get order items, and then you'll get you'll get order items by order. So get order items by order, right? This one. So here we'll create another function for get order items by order. Again, you'll say gen dot handler func return function c star gen dot context. Right, and I need one more function here. I'm going to call it items by order. So these two functions are completely different from other files. They're not the same, right? So that's where this file is very different from other files. This returns order items, will be primitive dot m, and have an error. Okay, now you'll create a function to get order item gen dot handler func return func c star gen dot context. Okay, and the last one that you want to the two more ones that are left. One is called the update order item. and you have your create order item function. Okay. So if you open up your order item router, you see that you've done get order items, get order item by order, create order item, and update order item. And this function, the get orders items by order, needs some support from items by order function. So this, don't worry about this function right now. We'll create it, and then you'll understand why we've created it, because this function needs some support from this. But otherwise, everything else is basically all these functions we've covered here. So that's perfect. So that means that we've created our database.connection.go file completely in this video, and we have created the outline of all the functions and all of our controllers. We're moving really fast in this series. If you've noticed, we're done with all our routes, all our main.go file, and in the next video, I think let's work on our models and also some of the functions in our controllers. All right, let's see. And now let's start working on the models. So let's work on the food model, because that's the easiest one. So all the files in the models folder will have package models, just like we did with controllers and routes. All right, so this will be package models, and then you're going to import a couple of things. I know that I'll need time, because I'll have to have updated at and created at, those two timestamps. So I need the time package, and obviously since we're working with MongoDB, I'll need the mongodb.org/mongo/bson/primitive. All right. So here you create a struct. Struct is like your own data type, which contains multiple different data types. So for example, you have ID, right, and you have name, and you have price. But these ID, name, and price will be of type, let's say, name will be of type string, price will be of type float 64, and ID will be of type primitive dot object ID. And here we define what it's going to look like when the data comes from the database. So it's going to be bson, and it's going to look like this ID. So if you worked with MongoDB, you know that ID is the first field always, _ID. So our Golang program now knows that, okay, when something that comes from the database looking like ID, like this, that's basically ID, and it's of type primitive object ID. And for name also we'll do the same. So we'll say JSON name, and we'll also use validation. So we'll say validate required minimum 2, maximum 100. Now make sure you don't leave any spaces here, because our validation function won't be able to read those spaces. It'll get confused, right? It'll say that you have some fields missing in the validation and it's not working. So make sure there are no spaces here. For price, we'll have JSON price and enclose price and name like I've done in double inverted commas, and then you'll write validate required. All right, and then you'll have your food underscore image. We'll have created underscore at, updated underscore at, food underscore ID, menu underscore ID. I'll just increase some spaces here just to make it more readable. Now food image is of type string, because we're not storing the image itself, we're storing just the link of the image, right? So here we'll say JSON food image field and validate it's required created at time.time, and here also time.time. Food ID is string, menu ID is string. And for created at, you'll have JSON created underscore at. Here the C is not capital, F is not capital, P is not capital, N is not capital, because that's how you store data in MongoDB. But when you're working with Golang, you have N capital, P capital, F capital, C capital, all of that. So these are the differences between this and this. And at the database level, you could call that field something else as well. It won't matter, but you just need to specify here what you're going to call it. So you're done with updated at as well. And food ID. Menu ID. And validate required. Now when I'm saving it, all the spaces are going away, but that's all right. You know, I can't do without saving it, so I'll just save it. I'll close this file and let's open up our invoice model. All right. So the first thing that you'll do is say package models, and you'll import a couple of things. One of them is time, because you need those timestamps, and then you need your MongoDB .org/mongo driver /pson/primitive. And so invoice is of type struct, and you have ID here, you have invoice ID, you have order ID, and payment underscore method, payment underscore status, and payment underscore due underscore date, created underscore at, updated underscore at. So just like we did here, the ID will be primitive dot object ID, and in BSON it will look like something like this, underscore ID, and enclosed within those double inverted commas. Invoice ID is string, order ID is string again, payment method is star and string, and payment S needs to be small, and payment due date needs to be time.time, where we're using our time package. Created at also will be the same, and updated at will also be the same. So all three of these are basically timestamps, all right? And here we'll have JSON invoice ID, and here you'll have JSON order ID, JSON payment method, and then you'll validate. So you'll say is equal to card or cash, right? So you'll say is equal to either card or is equal to cash or equal to nothing. So this is basically a type of enum, right? In Node.js or in JavaScript you have enum. Here you have this basically, which we're just giving those three values with which it can equate. and your payment status will have validate required equal to, it can either be pending or is equal to paid. And JSON, you'll have payment due date, and in JSON you'll have created at, and here you'll have updated at. All right, so your invoice model is also complete. Now let's look at our menu model. This is again quite straightforward, but it will have some differences. So let's call it package models, and let's import the same things. I need the time package, and I need MongoDB go.mongodb.org/MongoDriver/bson/primitive. Type menu struct. Then you have ID, name, category of menu. So these I've already shown you in the Postman collection when I ran the project and showed you the demo. Then you have start date, you have end date, created at, updated at. These are our timestamps. And then you have your menu ID. So here you'll have primitive dot object ID and bson, which is standard. We've done this for all of the other ones as well. Name, as you know, is string. Category, as you know, is string. Start date, end dates are from the time package. Created at, updated at are also from the time package. And menu ID is a string. And here we'll do the same thing again. It's going to be name, and then we'll have validate, and all that I'll have for validate is that it's basically required. And here I'll have category, and in validate as well I'll just have required. You can feel free to make changes as you like. I'm keeping these required. You can add more validation or completely remove validation so that they're not required. That's completely up to you. And in JSON, this is end date. So D is small, and here JSON created at, JSON updated at, and JSON food ID. So that's your menu, and in your food model, when you see, you've already given a reference to the menu ID, right? And that's why it's a star, in case you're wondering, because menu ID is coming from here, right? So that's your menu ID and food ID. So your menu, food, and invoice models are all complete. Now let's start looking at the other one. We are done with get food and create food in controllers, these two functions. In our menu, we are done with get menus function. So now what we can work on right now is the get menu and create menu functions, which are going to be very similar to get food and create food, but a few changes will be there, because when we're creating a food item, we have to check if that menu exists, because we add a food item to a menu, right? So we have to pass the menu ID. So that's why we're checking if the menu exists before we add the food item. Now that doesn't need to be done for create menu. So now there are two ways. One is if we can copy these two functions directly here to menu controller and then make those changes, which may lead to a lot of mistakes. And the second option is to type everything out on our own, which again can take some time, right? Which we don't want. So we'll do a hybrid kind of an approach where so the get food function definitely we'll copy and paste it here and we'll make the changes. And the create food, which we want to copy into create menu, some of it we'll write and some of it we'll copy. All right, so we'll have a hybrid approach so that we save time also, and we also don't end up making a lot of mistakes by copying pasting too much. All right, so let's get started. So let me copy all of this and paste it here. All right, so we have something to start with. Now definitely it won't be food ID here, it'll be menu ID. After models, it won't be food, it will be a menu model. And here instead of food ID, it'll be menu ID out here and menu ID out here as well. And we'll decode, it'll be menu instead of food, right? And here in the error, we'll write fetching the menu. And what you want to return from here is menu. And that's why this variable will also be menu, which you want to return from this function. So you control an S and it'll get all the things for you, like database and models, all those things. And you also have your menu collection here, right? And here instead of food ID, obviously you want to have menu ID, right? So we'll say menu ID. And now all the squiggly lines have gone away, and that tells us that this function is kind of safe, right? So within a couple of seconds, not couple of seconds, like couple of minutes, we were able to write our function by copying and pasting from there. Now create menu function, right? This function, we'll copy a few details, but we'll also type some things on our own. So this part is going to be the same, right? So we'll copy and paste this line here. All right. And before that, you'll create a variable called menu, which will be of type models dot menu. All right. And now let's look here. So this part also we need, so we'll copy and paste this. So this is like a hybrid approach where you copy and paste and also not make mistakes at the same time. So here we want menu here, and rest of everything else is same. Now comes the validation part. We want to validate as well, so we'll validate, and also we want the validation error. So we'll copy this whole validation part here, copy and paste. And the struct we want to compare for validation is menu. All right. So even that's done. Now directly we want to skip this whole part, right? Because we don't want to find the menu ID for the food item. So we can just copy and paste this because we have created at and update at. We'll copy and paste that. Here just replace food with menu. Now I'll give you a lot of squiggly lines for time, but don't worry about it, because once we save this file, it will resolve that. It will import those files, right? Now we want this food ID as well for the menu ID, and this also we need. So we'll copy and paste these two lines as well. So instead of food ID, we need menu ID, and here instead of food, we'll write menu with capital M, and here we'll write menu.id at a hex. So far so good. Now all we want to do is we want to insert one into the menu collection. So this part I'll just type on my own. So I'll say menu collection dot insert one. You pass CTX here. As soon as you pass CTX here, the squiggly line goes away, and you say dot menu. By mistake there are double brackets which I don't need. And this I can capture in my result, and I'll have an insert error that will come if the item does not get inserted into my menu collection. And I'll check for insert error. If it's not equal to nil, I'll have fmt dot sprintf. Sorry, wrong spelling. I'll say menu item was not created, and I'll return http dot status internal server error comma gen.h error message. All right, and you'll return from this function. At the end, you'll say defer cancel. You want this to run at the end of the function. And if everything goes well, you want to say http dot status okay, and you want to send the result. And you want to say again defer cancel. So you save now. It was supposed to get the time package as well. Something seems to be wrong here. Let me check. So this time these two lines I copied from this function, right? So it seems it's an error here as well. I'm getting squiggly lines here as well, right? So I've found the issue. It's that this bracket should not have ended here. This bracket should have ended at the end. Similarly here as well. It shouldn't end here, but at the end. So food controller, those lines go away. Here also just remove it from here and add it at the end of the program, and end of the line, sorry. So that issue is gone. All right, and so far we don't have any issues with our menu controller file. So now what we can do is we can work on update menu function, and that update menu function we can also use for our update food function as well. So let's get started. So now for update menu, we'll create an update object, a variable called update object that we'll use to basically later on send to MongoDB to update the database. In that update object, we need to have all the different things that a menu has, right? So we need to have start date, end date, the name of the menu, category, updated at, right? All these different things, which you can also access by just going to models and menu, right? All these different things, start date, end date, category, created at, updated at. So all of these things the updated object has to have with the new values, and then we'll send the updated object, and we'll call the MongoDB function update one to update that record, right? So let's get started. So there are a few things that we need to do in this function, right? So we'll work a little quickly since I've explained to you what we need to do. So I'll work a little fast. Now this line is going to be the same, ctx comma cancel, and here you'll say context dot with timeout, context dot background, and comma 100 multiplied by time dot second. Then we'll create a variable called menu, which will be models.menu. So as of now we are going in this direction, right? There's nothing changed here. Then we definitely want this whole part, right? So let's copy and paste that part as well. So till now everything is all right, everything is working. Now comes the part where we need to make some changes, right? So firstly, we need the ID of the menu item that needs to change. So we'll say menu ID is equal to c.param menu ID. Take a variable called filter bson.m menu ID. This filter we'll use in a while, don't worry about it. And I told you about the update object, which is of type primitive.d. Okay, this update object is the one that we'll append everything to it, and then we'll send it, right? We'll append all these different values to it, and then we'll send it to MongoDB. So firstly, we need to check if this menu data that you've sent, right, this whole data that you just sent from JSON, from, like, let's say Postman, if this has a start date and it has an end date, right, then we'll create a function called in time span, and I'll work with you on that. And we'll access menu start date comma menu dot end date comma time dot now, where n is capital, and here we'll say kindly retype time, in the sense you have not sent the time properly, so please send it back to us. We're just checking all these values, right, like I showed you, just checking if these two values are there in the menu data that you've just sent from the front end. Otherwise we'll say kindly retype the time. And we obviously need to send the error if you have not sent us this time, this date data, right, end date, start date data. And here we'll say error as message for cancel and return. And your update object that you've just created, sorry, we'll append to it the start date. Menu dot start date. We'll also append end date to it. bson.e end date comma menu dot end date. So here we'll have menu dot name not equal to empty, update object is equal to append update object comma bson.e name comma menu dot name. Right, so we need name also, and we need category also. These two we have taken care of. We've taken care of name also right now. Now we'll take care of category. Take care of category, we'll just copy and paste this again here and just replace this with category. Here I've made a mistake, it should be menu, and here will be menu dot category. Now we'll work with updated at. So we'll say menu dot updated underscore at time dot parse, and this part you can actually copy from here, this whole thing, don't have to type it again. Okay, and update object you will append that as well. So you'll say bson.e updated at comma menu dot updated underscore at, and upsert equal to true. Options dot update options upsert ampersand upsert. So we'll pass filter and options and all those different things to update one function. So here you'll say menu dot collection dot update one context comma filter comma bson.t inside that dollar set comma update object comma ampersand options. Right, so you've sent options, filter, context, and the object that we want to, the update object that we want to set or change this record with. All right. So if you worked with MongoDB, you worked with Mongo update one function, you know all these options that already exist for us. Here you'll have result, comma, error. All right. Here the only mistake I've made, there should have been a round bracket, and I'll just come and change it out here as well. So now everything looks good. And now we'll check for error. So if error not equal to nil, we'll say message is equal to menu update failed c.json. We'll say http dot status internal server error comma gen.h error and message deferred cancel c.json http dot status okay comma result. Let's put a comma here. So far this looks good. A couple of squiggle lines here that we'll figure out why they're coming. Yeah, so it shouldn't be menu dot collection, it's actually menu collection. So that line has gone away now. And this one we'll have to figure out later on why it's happening. But everything else is working perfectly fine, right? And you need this function called endtime span. Now I'm running slightly short on time, so we'll have to stop here. We're done with our update menu function completely, except for this quick line and the endtime span function that we'll take care of. But the menu controller file is almost completely complete. In the next video, we'll work on get foods function. This function we'll work on, and we'll also complete the update food function, which will be based on the update menu function. So we'll do a lot of copy pasting. And similarly for these other functions, we'll do a lot of copy pasting because it's more or less the same. And sign up login you've already seen in the JWT authentication project series, so I'll copy and paste a lot of code from there. So we'll kind of save a lot of time. All right. So in this video, the target is to complete the get foods function and the update food function. That will also require us to complete these two functions, round and toFixed. We'll do that. But before we do any of that, there is one little thing that we need to take care of, which is in your update menu function that we built in the last video, we have this endtime span function that's required. and last time we didn't end up building this function. So it's a very simple small function. So let's first work on that. So func in time span will have a start, end, and check, which will be of time.time. It just returns a boolean. So we'll say return start dot after time dot now and end dot after start. So now you'll notice that the squiggly line for this function, when we're calling this function in time span, it has gone away because we have defined the function here, right? So all this function is doing, it's basically taking your start date, end date, and the date right now, the time right now, and it's checking if the end date is after, in fact, the start date, right? So for example, if start date is 5th, then end date has to be like 6th or any other date date after that. So this is like a small check, completely optional. Start date and end date are two values that we're taking when you're creating a menu, and it's completely optional. You can have this check, but I usually like to keep these kind of checks with dates, just to make sure that end date is in fact in the future or after the start date. All right, so since we have this function now, our menu controller file is complete now. Okay, so now we'll have to work on food controller. So food controller, you already know that we'll be working on the get foods function. So let's start quickly. Here in the get foods function, all we're trying to do, basically the whole aim is to get all the food items right in one go. So it's not super complex, but there are a few things that we need to do, right? So just try and follow along with me. So we've already returned this function, and here the standard thing to do that we already do is context and cancel, right? So since we're building the get all foods function for the first time, like in the sense we don't have get all invoices, menus, or control orders on all those things. So we'll try and write it manually, and after that we'll try to copy and paste it, and then edit things in it. So here you have context.background, comma 100 multiplied by time second. So there will be some background noise because there's some work going on in my house, so I sincerely apologize for that. But I'll try and add some music in the video so that you don't hear a lot of background noise. I'm shifting to another city soon, so that's why there's you will hear some noise because we're packing stuff up. So here we have record per page. Now the thing with functions like get foods, like which return basically all the food items in the database, the problem with these kind of functions is that if there are a lot of records, like let's say thousands, hundreds of records, and all of those records are sent to the front end in just one go, the front end will get overwhelmed. It won't be able to process so much data. So what I always try to do is I always try to keep like a pagination kind of a thing built in, which reduces the chances of having too much data being sent to the front end. All right. So I also recommend you to, like, this is again optional, but I recommend you that you do this always, because sooner or later you'll have to work with other front-end developers who will be working through off of your APIs, and they'll point out these issues to you. So it's a good way to prepare for the future, right? So if error is not equal to nil, or record per page is less than 1, then record per page is equal to 10. So by default, the records that we are sending per page is 10. So if you've used Node.js, it's a very we do a very similar thing where let's say if there's no value for record per page, or the record per page value somebody has sent it as 0 or in minus or anything like that, by default we return at least 10 records per page, because 10 or 20 records doesn't matter, but if it's in hundreds and thousands, then the front end can start getting really overwhelmed. All right, so here you also have a query for which page do you want. So like you will have records per page, and then of which page do you want those records, right? That's how pagination works. You have page 1, page 2, page 3, all pages will have 10 records each, right? So again, I apologize for the background noise if you can hear a lot of background noise. It'll just last for a few days in the future, like 5-6 days in the future. I'll have some background noise, but after that, it'll stop because the next few days there's some work going on in my house, right? And if there's no page, right, so there are two things, right, records per page and page. So if page is also less than 1, or somebody's given a negative value by mistake, or 0 by mistake, or no value, then you just send page is equal to 1, as in the first page, the values of the first page is what you need, right? And then you have something called a skip and limit. If you've used Node.js, you know skip and limit. So all you're doing here is you're saying start index and page minus 1 multiplied by record per page. If you don't know what this is, just read about skip and limit. Is the same thing, right? And Node.js is exactly the same thing that we're doing out here. And this is your start index. Now we'll start creating our aggregation query, right? So there'll be a match stage. If you have not used MongoDB aggregation, don't worry. Just try to follow along in this video, and in the future I'll be creating a complete series on how MongoDB aggregations work. So for now, just build along with me. So aggregation has these different stages, right? So there's a match stage, there's a group stage, and there's a project stage. I'll try to explain to you right now what these stages do. But aggregation is a huge topic and it can get really complicated. But right now we're using a very small part of aggregation, but it's a huge topic, right? So I'll try to explain to you right now, but if you have the time, do go check it out on the internet, or if you can wait a few days, I'll make a complete series on aggregation in MongoDB, right? So match stage basically matches the records using a criteria. So the criteria you'll pass from here, it'll go to the database, it'll match those records matching that criteria. Group is going to group using that criteria. So let's say you say that I want all the records to be grouped by name. So all the it'll take out all the individual or the unique names, and it'll group the records using that criteria. And then you'll have project stage. Project stage basically allows you to define what all values should go to the front end. So in the sense, let's say you want the percentage or the addition or any particular values to go to the front end, you can define that using the project stage, right? Or if you don't want something to go to the front end. Like I said, I've tried to explain to you in a very small, in a very quick manner, but you can obviously, understand it, and you can, read about it in more detail. So for the match stage, what we'll write is so we'll give the actual query that's required. So it will be $match. So the benefit of using Bison is that it helps you to actually start writing the real queries that's required by MongoDB, right? So you'll say bison.d. So what this means is that you're using the $match stage in MongoDB, but you're passing an empty criteria, in the sense match using nothing, so it's empty, right? But in the future you could match using different criteria. You could pass different criteria here. And here for the group stage, we'll again use the $group command, $group comma bison.d, and here you'll say id comma bison.d, id comma null. All right, and after this bracket closes, right, then you'll find the count.
total count, comma, bson.d, $sum, comma 1. Now it's possible that you don't understand anything that's going on here, right? Because you have no idea how MongoDB aggregation works. So let me do one thing. Let me try and explain to you what's happening out here. So let's say you say on Google, you go and say MongoDB aggregation. So you go to this page, and rather than that, I'll just type a command like, let's say $bucket or something like that. It'll take me to the exact page. So it's taken me to the exact page that's required, right? Inside reference, inside aggregation pipelines. Now there are two things, right? One is aggregation pipeline stages. The other is aggregation pipeline operators. So that's what you need to know, right? You need to know that there are stages in aggregation for pipeline, and there are operators. So right now, the stage that we're using is called group, right? So let's try and find group. So this is $group. So $group is the exact command that we are passing, and with the help of bson, we're able to pass that command, right? $group. And it has something called as an ID field. So if you look at our command, our code, we're passing the ID field that, what do you want to group this by? So right now we're saying that group it by null. Don't like group it by anything specific, but group it by null. All right. But find the total count of all the items present in the database. All right, for all the foods. So this means that we are passing something called as $sum. Now, $sum is not a pipeline stage. It is something called as a pipeline operator. Here you will be able to see $sum, right? So that's a pipeline aggregation operator. Now, $sum being an operator, you can use it with all these different pipeline stages. So it says $sum is available in these stages like add fields, bucket auto, group. And group is the one that we're using right now, right? So it's available in group, match, and project, all these three that we'll be using right now. But most important right now is group, because we're using $sum with group. So just make sure that you understand this. There are two things, right? Pipeline stages and pipeline operators. Operators can be used with specific operators can only be used with specific stages. It can't be used with all of the stages, all right? And there is a reason for that. I'll explain to you when I do the complete MongoDB course. So I hope this is kind of making sense to you, right? Even if it doesn't make sense to you, just follow along, and maybe in the future, while coding this entire project, maybe things will start making sense to you. Or if it still doesn't make sense, then just hit me up in the comments. I'm always there. I'll try and explain to you again. So here we'll say $project. $project is the exact command for MongoDB. And here you'll say ID, 0, total count, 1, food items, bson.d, $slice, interface, $data, start index, and record per page. All right, so what's happening here is you're using the $project. All right, and you're passing all these different criteria. So the first is that when you say ID 0, that means you don't want whenever there's a 0, it means that this field won't go to the front end. Whenever there's a 1, that means that field will go to the front end. So you'll say 0 for ID, that you don't want ID to go, and total count means you want that it to go to the front end, right? And then you have food items. For food items, you're using slice, right? And this, let me explain to you again. So I've written this line, but I'm pretty sure this doesn't make much sense to you. All right. So let me explain to you. Let me try and explain to you. But first, we have to get something called as $data, right? So where does that come from? That will happen at this stage, at group stage. So the problem with the $group stage is that it will find the total count for you, but all the actual records will actually disappear, right? So this is something that if you haven't tried it out, you should try it out in MongoDB. Try out a $group stage operation. What happens at the stage is when the after the stage, the actual data is lost and all you are left with is this total count. So that the data is not lost, we do something for that, and that's this. Basically create this create this bracket with me and say data comma based on .d, and here you'll say $push. So $push is a pipeline operator, and it's going to take $root. So whatever data that was passed to the group stage, all of that data is going to be pushed into an array called data. So the data field, which will be now added to this data now after the group stage, will basically contain all the records. And using the project stage, you're controlling what all data fields need to go. So one is ID, needs to be 0. We don't want the ID. We want the total count, and we want some food items, right? And what is food items? Food items is basically your data, but with and you're passing start index and record per page. I'll tell you why. And you're passing that in a operator called $slice. So to understand what $slice is, you have to open up your browser and see $slice MongoDB. Okay. So this is a projection operation. Projection operators, and so you have $lm match and then you have $slice. So $slice is the type of projection operation. Sorry, I had a lot of cold drinks yesterday, so that's why I'm coughing a little today. So $slice, what it does is it controls specifies the number of elements to return in the array field. All right. How do you control that? You control using start index and records per page, as in where do you start from and how many records per page do you want, which is skip and limit for us, right? So that's what $slice is doing. So it's quite straightforward. If you understand what it is, it's quite straightforward. There's no magic that's happening here. And now, after this bracket, right, this particular bracket, after the project stage, you want to run your aggregation function and pass all these stages in that. All right. So to run the aggregation function, you'll have to select a collection. So in our case, that's a food collection, and that collection you want to run the aggregate function. We'll pass our context, and in the pipeline, which is aggregation pipeline. Now Mongo is the package that helps us to access the pipeline, right? So I know with Golang, it's not as as elegant as it is with Mongoose. So if you've used Node.js, if you use Node.js and MongoDB, you've probably used a package called Mongoose to take your MongoDB queries and then to basically build your MongoDB queries. So Mongoose is much more elegant in the sense that you have to do a lot less. You don't have to actually write, like the syntax is much easier, basically, is all I'm trying to say. But with Golang, it's not like that. You have to write quite a bit of syntax, and it's not, and it's mostly you're writing like MongoDB stuff in the sense you're not writing, some syntax that is then converted into MongoDB. That's a language that MongoDB understands, right? So it's not as elegant as Mongoose, but it's good. I mean, I am not complaining. All right. But once you get used to it, it's obviously it's pretty nice. All right. But if you're a developer and if you can create something like Mongoose for Golang, that'll be amazing. Anyhow, so, or if you want to collaborate with me and let's build it together, we can do that as well. All right. So let's together build. A library like Mongoose for Golang, or maybe it even exists. I'm not researched too much. I'm just using the libraries that I know about. So maybe somebody has already made it. So I'll have to research a little bit on that. Anyhow, so I've created the aggregate function. I passed the 3 stages: match stage, group stage, and project stage, one after the other. Okay. Now the order of these stages is also very important. Project stage is usually at the end because you're defining the values that will go to the front end. So you don't want to ideally have it in the beginning. So the mistakes that a lot of noob newbies make is that they mess up the order of the aggregation stages, and then they get confused a lot. So just make sure that you've used match before group and then project. All right, there's a reason for this. The reason, like I said, is first you match, and then you are left with a few records, and then you group them, you find the total count, and then you project what all data values or fields you want to go to the front end. All right, so after that you have defer, cancel, and you'll just check for error. So if error equal to nil, so in case you're getting confused, which error we're checking is this error. This error, after aggregation, we're checking that error. If that's equal to nil, c.json http dot. So this is one thing that I really like about MongoDB, is that you can keep checking errors just after you complete an operation, right? So there's complete clarity on which line the error is there. This is something that's not I've not seen happen with JavaScript. So error occurred while listing food items. Right, so here we'll create a variable called foods, all foods, which is of type bson.m. Okay, and we'll say result dot all, pass context, comma, ampersand all foods, and here we'll say if error is equal to, and we'll check for error. If error not equal to nil, log dot fatal error. So like I said, I said that I'm going to complete these things very quickly, but I'm still trying to explain every single line, even though I'm assuming you've done all the other tutorials on my channel before you're tackling this project. Even though I'm saying that, I'm still trying to explain every single line, so that in case you've come here without learning a lot of Golang, you'll still probably understand a lot of what's happening in this video. Status okay, comma, all foods 0. Okay, so you're basically essentially returning this variable called all foods, which is an array or a slice, whatever you want to call it, and you're also returning status okay if everything has gone well. All right, so that's your entire function. You're done with get foods, you're done with get food, create food. Now all that's left is update food, which is slightly long, but it's very similar to update menu. So I'm going to take a couple of things from there, but I'm also going to type a lot of things. So I'll go fast with update food, right? I won't be explaining a lot. So the first thing is that I'm going to copy and paste this line here, right? So copy and paste that. Now for food, unlike menu, for food you need the menu to be there, right? And then you need to create the food item. So we'll say menu. So will be models dot menu, and then you have food, which will be models dot food. So far so good. And then you'll also get access to your food ID. All right, param food ID. So you'll say food ID c dot param food ID. All right, and here again, just like your menu, you'll check for error. So you'll copy and paste this whole part here, and here instead of menu you'll just write food. All right, so far so good. And then what you need is this, right, your update object. So similarly, like we did for menu, we want to create an update object, which will be the new object that we'll send to the backend to replace the current object, right? So this is the updated object. Now the updated object, there'll be a couple of things that we'll have to do here. So we'll say if food dot name not equal to nil, right? And then food dot price and food dot image. So just like we put the checks here for name and category, we'll have to put some checks here for food dot price not equal to nil, and food dot image. So we'll say if food dot food image not equal to nil. Put some check here, and the most important part, which is food dot menu ID, because a food item belongs to a menu, and that needs to be present first before you can add the food item. And after you put these checks, you will have food dot updated at. Just like here you had menu dot updated at, you'll have food updated at. So I'll just copy and paste this whole part actually. Which is going to be the same. After that, you have something very similar like this, right? So you'll just copy this statement as well, the updated for the update object, and you'll copy and paste it here. Here instead of menu, you'll just say food. Okay, and then it's quite straightforward. It's upsert equal to true. We'll add a filter, which will basically be food ID, right? So you have filter, and you will create options like this. So option going to be options dot update options and upsert ampersand upsert comma, just like you did here, the same thing. Instead of copying, I just typed it on my own, but you can feel free to copy if you want to. And then we have the same thing, we just want to create our update one function. So we'll say food collection dot update one. If you're new to Golang, I suggest you don't copy and paste anything, you type everything out on your own, because you'll really get used to the syntax. $set comma update object, put a comma here, right? Ampersand opt, put a comma here again, and this you already know that you'll be capturing in a variable called result, and you'll also be capturing error, just like you did here. And again, I think we've made the same mistake here. So update one is not a curly brace, it's actually a round bracket. So that's why you'll have to end it with a round bracket out here. Now, just like we do every time with Golang, we check for the error just after we've called this database function, which is a best practice. So here you'll say fmt.sprintf food item update failed. By mistake, I've put two brackets here, only one is required. Awesome. c.json http.status internal error comma chin.h error and then msg return. After return, you'll say c.json http.status okay comma result. Okay, so our update food function is almost complete, but we just have to fill in these four different checks, so which will be quite fast for us. What we'll do here is we'll say updated object is equal to append update object comma bson.e name comma food.name. Okay, and food.price is equal to update object is equal to append update object comma bson.e price comma food dot price. And then you have your image, so you'll just say update object is equal to append update object comma bson.e food underscore image. Okay, and food menu, you'll have menu collection dot find one. So I'm sure you know what's happening here. You're first checking if menu ID is not nil. That means we have a menu ID for our food item, and if all is good, sorry, I think I should have written food image. So we're checking, we're finding one, right? We're finding a menu, finding the menu with the ID. So we'll say bson.m menu ID food.menu ID, and here you'll say dot decode ampersand menu. Okay, defer cancel. You'll check for error. If error not equal to nil, we'll say message is equal to fmt dot sprintf message menu is not found. Okay, again by mistake I've put double brackets, shouldn't have. So menu is not found. If menu is not there, then obviously you'll say status internal server errors, because the menu in which you want to add the food item, that menu itself doesn't exist, right? So you'll say msg and you'll say return. All right, that's returned. And here you'll say update object is equal to append update object comma bson.e menu food dot price, and then you have your updated ad and update object and all of those different things. So now your update food is kind of complete. So to close this file of food controller, there's one small detail that you need to fix. When you create food function, there's this toFixed function that we don't have yet, which we'll create right now, and then we're good to go away from this file. So we'll say output is equal to math dot power 10 comma float 64 precision and we'll return round number So this round function also needs to be created by us. So here we'll say return int num plus math dot copy sign 0.5 comma num. Right, so this is just a fancy number to a fancy function to just get a fixed number. That's it. All right, to create a fixed. And now our food controller file is complete. So now we'll start working on, in the next video that is, we'll start working on our invoice controllers, order, table, you know, one of like next two videos we'll try and finish all those three controllers. And then in the video after that, we'll try to cover our user controller and helpers and middleware, all of that. So we're not very far from completing our project actually, because most of the logic that is required is here with us. We just need to copy and paste a lot of stuff and change a lot of values, and then, you know, we'll get where we want to be. We'll try to complete our order controller, and if we get more time, we'll also finish table controller, both of these. So they're quite easy and straightforward. And in the next video, which is going to be slightly longer, we'll complete our invoice controller and order items controller, which are slightly more complicated. All right, so come open up your order controller file. All right, and we're going to borrow a lot of things from food controller, and you must have guessed why. That's because the functions, the 4 functions that are required: get orders, get order, create order, update order, very similar to the foods function. Okay, so obviously there'll be a few small changes here and there, so just be careful while copying stuff. All right, so the first thing that you want to copy is yes, I'm just being careful while copying. I don't want you to get into trouble, right? Yeah, so for get orders, right, the first line that you need obviously is going to be this. Just copy and paste that line here. So at least that's sorted. Now you want to directly so I'll have to do a little bit of typing also. So I'll say order collection.find, and here I'll say context.todo, comma bson.m, okay, it's order collection.find, sorry. Now you have to define order collection as well. So how are you going to define it? It's going to be very similar to food collection. You copy your food collection line here, and you put your order collection line on top here, and you just say here, instead of food collection, you say order collection, and here instead of food, you just say order. Simple, right? And here you'll make it equal to result and error, and you'll say defer, cancel, then you'll check for error quickly. So for the error, you're going to print out the status internal server error, comma gin.h, error occurred while listing order items. All right, and where all orders is just like you had here, all foods. Actually, yeah, just copy paste it, all orders, and then after that, now there's no need to copy paste because I've already written half of the stuff, but you can copy paste it, you can save your time. And the error is going to be the same, so just copy and paste this part at least. All right, and here instead of all foods, it'll be all orders. Okay, and here instead of all foods, again it'll be just all orders. Great. So as you can see, in just under a minute probably, I think we have done our get orders function. Right, now we'll work on get order function, which is again going to be small. What I'll do right now actually is I'll just copy and paste this whole thing here. Just copy your get food function into your get order function. Now let's make changes quickly. All right, so first line is the context background, and here instead of food ID there will be order ID, models.food, so it will be models.order. Right, instead of food ID it will be order ID here and order ID here. Here obviously instead of ampersand food it will be ampersand order, and in the end it's going to be order. And just to make sure there's consistency, we'll say cool. So that's your get order function. Now we want to work on our create order function. So create order is going to be slightly different, so I'm going to be a little careful while copy pasting it. Before that, let's do our update order function actually, which is going to be quite similar to your update food. So let's copy the first line please, because we know that's going to be the same. All right, And actually, let's not do that right now. Okay, let's not do this right now. Let's actually start from here. All right, right. So here you'll, for updating an order, for order you can call a table, right? Because table can place an order. So here will be models dot table and models dot order. So far so good. And then obviously you already know that you need this updated object thing, which is quite central to our whole idea. And instead of food ID, you need order ID. Okay. So just change this, make it order here, and then you have your whole bind JSON thing. So this part, so you copy and paste it. All right. Now we have to make a couple of checks here. So one check that we need is order dot table underscore ID is not equal to nil. Okay, so just in our food we had that it should have a menu. Similarly in our order, it should have a menu. It should have a table ID. So this function, I can tell you, is going to be very similar to this function. So what should we do? Should we just copy paste it? Yeah, I think I'll just copy paste it. You can, but if you need to Golang, please remember you have to type it all out. You can't just copy and paste it with me. Now, while copying and pasting, I've realized there's a small issue here. There should be menu item. I had written the wrong spelling for menu. Okay, so here instead of menu, I want to find the table ID and order dot table. I'm only copying and pasting because this series is quite long, and if we don't do this, it'll take a while to complete it. Otherwise, I'm completely against copying and pasting stuff. All right. There you have your order dot table ID. All right. So after this, what you have the standard old updated at field. So instead of food, it will be just order, and everything else is the same. And now you'll also have your updated object. You'll copy and you'll paste it here, appending it. And then after that, it's the same stuff, but I'll just type it out. Upsert is true, and I'll create my filter quickly. bson.m order ID as order ID, and options is equal to options dot update options upsert ampersand upsert comma. Okay, and after that you have your update one, just like you have it here. Update one, we have it here, but I'm just going to type it out, right? So you have your order collection dot update one. You have ctx, just context comma filter. You have your vson.d $set comma update object comma ampersand options, and this value is going to be captured in result, and you'll have an error. The error is what we'll handle here. So if error not equal to nil, you'll have msg equal to b dot sprintf order item update failed. Okay, and in JSON you'll pass the status internal server error comma gen.h error and message, and then you'll just simply return from here. And then there's not much left, right? It's just defer cancel and c.json http dot status okay comma result. So that's it. That's your, within I think 2 minutes or something, we've done our update order function as well. And now the create order function is left, which will have slightly different, not structure, I wouldn't say structure, but a couple of things will be slightly different. So what we're left with now is create order. All right. So create order, let's work on it quickly. It's not going to be extremely complex. Right. So order will have table, which will be of models.table, and order will also be there, will be of models.order. All right. This is very similar to the food, create food item, where we need to have menu and food, both the things, right? So it's quite similar. So if you want, you can also copy this part quickly, and here instead of this, write order. All right. Now we'll have validation error is equal to validate dot struct order. So you have an order struct that we already defined in our models. So we want to validate this based on order. So if validation error, so validation needs to be there, and whenever you're creating something, whenever there's a post request, you need to validate if the entries that are coming to the backend are alright. Otherwise, you will face errors from the database side. Status bad request gen.h error, and the type of error is validation error dot error. Okay, cool. And then you'll obviously, if there's an error, you'll just return from there directly. Now what you want to check is if order dot table underscore id is not equal to nil, just like we checked for our food, right? If it has a menu id right here, as in menu has to be there, right, to be able to create the food item. So similarly, the table needs to be there, table id needs to be there before you can create the order for the table. So you'll say table collection dot find one based on dot m table id order dot table id dot decode ampersand table defer cancel, and then this is the error. If there's an error here, for finding it, you'll handle it. So if error not equal to nil, you will say msc is equal to fmt dot sprint f message the table was not found, and you will say http dot status internal server error comma gen.h error and message, and then you'll return from this function. Okay, and now comes the standard stuff. After this bracket, you'll have the standard stuff, which is created at and updated at. So you'll say created underscore at comma blank character is equal to something to do with the time and parse, right? Same with order dot updated underscore at comma the blank character time dot parse. So what is going to be what's going to come here is basically these two things, right? So you'll just copy and paste. You don't want to write this whole thing again, so copy this here and paste this here. All right, and now all you need to do is work with order id. So you'll say order dot id is equal to primitive dot new object id and order underscore id is equal to order dot id dot hex. Okay, and order collection. Now comes the part where you work with MongoDB, which you will use the insert one function to create this particular record, right? It's a new record, and you will capture that end result, and then there will be an error, comma, insert error will be there. Okay, and if there's an error, that means if insert error is not equal to nil, then you will say msg is equal to fmt dot printf order, sorry, oops, order item was not created. Okay, and you'll send out an error saying http dot status internal, oops, sorry, server error, comma, gen.h error and msg, and you'll return from this function. You'll defer cancel and c.json http dot status okay, comma, result. Perfect. So your update order is done, and your create order is done, and get order is done as well, and get orders is also done. Now we can we have done with most of the things that are required to close this file, and everything is almost done. But there's one more function that I need to create here, which you may not understand right now till the time we are working with order items controller. But I'll just create it right now so that I don't forget that I have to create this function. So I'll just create it quickly. Item order creator, and you'll pass order, and it'll be type models.order string. So here I want order created at and updated at. So I'll copy this from here quickly. So this I'll explain this function to you properly when we are working with order items controller. You don't have to worry about it too much right now, but just follow along with me and build this quickly. Primitive. I'm just building it right now itself so that I don't forget that I have to create it later on, that can be a big problem. Because this whole project series has been spread over many days, right? So I'll just forget if I built this function or not. It's equal to order.id.hex. Okay, and order collection dot insert one ctx comma order defer cancel return order dot order id order underscore id. Okay, so now this file is complete, and so we were able to complete our order controller completely. So in this video, we are going to tackle just the invoice controller file. That is it, just one file. We'll complete all the functions in this file. We'll try and copy and paste from other controllers as well. But we'll also be writing a lot of the code on our own, okay? So because there are some differences, so let me first show you the differences. So firstly, we'll have to create type invoice view format. So an invoice has a format generally, right? So the struct will have an invoice underscore ID. It will have a payment underscore method. It will have order underscore ID, and it will have payment underscore status and payment underscore due, table underscore number. It will have payment underscore due underscore date, and it'll have some order underscore details. Okay, and now you can just quickly complete this. So this is going to be string payment method again will be string. Order ID will be string again. Payment status is ampersand string. And payment due. So this is of type interface. Table number is again an interface. And payment due is basically time, so you need the time package for that. Order details is again an interface. Cool. Now I want to create my invoice collection, which is of Mongo collection type and database.open collection database dot client comma invoice. So invoice is the collection that I will be using here. All right. So the collection has I can access the collection using invoice collection variable that I've just created. So for get invoices, let's start with get invoices. So here we'll obviously that we have context and cancel. So you can either type it on your own or you can just go here and copy it quickly. So I'll just copy and paste it. This line, right? So that's some effort has been saved here. Now you go back to your order controller, and here this file, this line, right? Just copy this complete thing. Just copy the whole thing here. And listing, instead of order, just replace it with invoices, right? The rest of the part, so there's some changes, so we'll just type it out on our own. So it'll be all invoices that we'll be returning from this function. psound.m, that's type of slice it'll be. And if error is equal to result dot all ctx comma ampersand all invoices, error not equal to nil, here you'll say log dot fatal error. At the end you'll just say json http status okay comma all invoices is what will be returning from this function. Perfect. So it's imported log, net, http, time, all those packages for us. Here there's a squiggly line because it should be http dot status okay. So very quickly we have completed our invoices get invoices function. Here, since I copied, I made a mistake. Should be invoice collection. All right. If you have that same mistake, just correct it quickly. So it's an invoice collection. So that's the kind of mistakes you can make. Even an experienced person can make those kind of mistakes when working with a copy and paste code. All right. So here, for get invoice, you'll copy and paste this line at least. Okay. And then you'll have an invoice ID. And for that ID, you'll get the data for that invoice, right? So you'll have access to it using your param. And you'll have a variable called invoice of type models dot invoice. And here you'll have invoice collection dot find one. So first we'll find if that invoice is even there. So here we'll say context dot psound.m invoice underscore ID invoice invoice ID, yeah, dot decode ampersand invoice. For cancel, if error not equal to nil, oops, sorry, I'm just making a lot of mistakes while typing, I don't know why. dot status internal server error comma gen dot h error, you'll have error occurred while listing invoice item. Okay, so far so good, right? Now comes the part which is slightly different. So here I advise you to, if you've been copying this part till now, I advise you to not copy from now. Okay, so here we want to create an invoice view, which is going to be of type invoice view format that we just created. First, we want to get all the order items. So you'll have a function called items by order, and we'll have invoice dot order ID. That's what we'll pass to that function. Okay, and now you want to do something with that all order items. So here we'll say invoice view dot order ID is equal to invoice dot order underscore ID, invoice view dot payment underscore due dot date is equal to invoice dot payment due underscore date. So essentially what you're doing is you're creating your own invoice view, right? And the invoice view will have different order items. It'll have order ID, it'll have a payment due date, all of those things. So we want all of those things to be there in our invoice view. And here we'll say invoice view dot payment method. Sorry, the wrong spelling of payment is wrong. Payment method is equal to null. And here we'll say if invoice dot. So for payment view, we're as of now we're keeping our payment method null. So for the invoice that we've just received, for that invoice we're checking the payment method. So for this, if the payment method is not equal to nil, then you want to do something. We want to say invoice view dot payment underscore method is equal to ampersand invoice dot payment underscore method. Alright, so invoice view, the payment method of invoice view, which we've defined here, becomes equal to the invoice payment method if it's not nil. Alright, and to begin with, we started with nulls just to make sure that no garbage value is accepted there. And here we'll create invoice view dot invoice underscore ID is equal to invoice dot invoice underscore ID. Okay, here's the spelling of just check the spelling of invoice, make sure everything is all right. Everything looks good till now. Now we want to do a couple more things. So we'll say invoice view dot payment underscore status is equal to star ampersand invoice dot payment underscore status. Then we'll say invoice view. So this is why so this part is completely different from the other controller files. That's why I said, stop copying at this place, and you'll have to type along with me. Payment due is equal to all order items, sorry, payment due. Okay, so the all orders, as you already know, we have received all the orders, all the items in that order, right? So here we'll say invoice view dot table number is equal to all order items 0 table number invoice view dot order details is equal to all order items 0 order underscore items. So we have been able to create our own custom invoice view, and this is the invoice view that we want to send to our front end. Right, because invoice view has many things. It has payment due, it has table number, order items, right, and all order items that we've received here for that order, that's where we got all those values from. I hope this is clear. If anything out of this that we've done till now doesn't make sense, please put it in the comments below. I'll try and explain to you. But I'm assuming that since we have built all these controllers together, you're kind of getting the hang of, like, till here everything is, I'm pretty sure everything is clear. After this part I think could be slightly confusing for you. That's only because we are getting this data from payment due table now, order items from our order items basically. And we're putting that in our invoice view. So now we will left with two functions, create invoice and update invoice, right? So let's work on that quickly. So first I think we can tackle update invoice, because this is going to be quite straightforward. It's not going to be very complicated. So in our update order, at least this part, I'll copy this line from here. I'll copy this line. Okay. And I'll create, and a variable called invoice will be models dot invoice, and invoice ID is equal to c dot param invoice underscore ID. Okay, now need this part here. Actually, I'll just type it out on my own quickly, or I can take it up from here somewhere. No, I'm not finding that part. Okay, okay, nice. Okay, I found it. Yeah, this is part. So sometimes to copy and paste it takes time, because you have to find the right thing to copy and paste also, right? So here you'll say invoice. Cool. Now the same thing, we have to start creating our filter. Our options, all of those things. So what I'll do is I'll create the filter quickly. So I'll say filter is equal to pson.m invoice ID. Okay, and again the same thing. We'll have an update object. Type, you already know the type is primitive.d, and we'll do a couple of checks just like we always do, right? So we'll say here if invoice dot payment method is not equal to nil, then we'll do something. And if invoice dot payment status is not equal to nil, then we'll do something. Okay, then you have your standard stuff, your updated at, and your updated object, and your upsert. I'll just copy and paste this whole thing here quickly. Okay, and since I've copied and pasted, I'll just need to be sure that I change the things properly. Okay, so upsert equal to true. Here I just noticed that there's an issue here. It should have been equal to. Okay, now I'm just creating my options. So for options, I'll say options dot update options upsert ampersand upsert comma status is equal to pending. So invoice dot payment status is equal to nil, then invoice dot payment status is equal to ampersand status. So all that we're doing here is if the payment status is not there, an invoice. By default, we're just keeping it as pending, nothing else. There's nothing fancy happening here. All right. And then the most important part of any update function is left, which is calling the MongoDB function, which is update1, pass the ctx, filter, pson.d, $set, comma, update object, put a comma here, and here you put a comma, and here you put the options, and a comma again. And you'll capture the value here in the result, or you'll capture the error. And now it's our time to handle the error. So if error not equal to nil, msg is equal to fmt.printf invoice item update failed, c.json http.status internal server error, comma, gen.h error and message, and then you just return from there. Okay, just make sure you put the spelling properly for error, and we cancel json http dot status okay, comma, result. All right. So as soon as you saved, it found all these different packages and it has removed the squiggly lines and all the issues, and everything works perfectly now. So you're done with your update invoice function. Now what's left is the create invoice function. So let's start working on that quickly. Here again, I need this first line, so I'll copy and paste it instead of typing it on my own to save some time. I need to create invoice of type models. I'll copy and paste that as well. And I'll need this whole part, so I'll just copy and quickly I'll paste it. Right, so that's done. Now I want to work on my order, so I'll say models.order and invoice. So first we have to find if that order exists for that invoice to be there, right? Because invoice is created for a particular order. So we'll say order collection dot find one dot pson dot m order id invoice dot order underscore id dot decode ampersand order. Okay, defer cancel if error not equal to nil. Sorry, oops. So this error we have to now handle. If error not equal to nil, say msg.sprint f message error was not found. Okay, and then you'll say c.json http.status internal server error, comma, gen.h error and message, and then you'll just return from here. And again, we'll do the same thing of having this pending status as default. Oh, I just realized that I've not put any code in these checks and update invoice. Okay, so I'll have to do that as well. So first let me just copy and paste this thing quickly here. Okay, and I'll come back to this function, which is the create invoice function, but first let me handle the update invoice function, that part where you need to check these two things, right? Here we'll say update object is equal to append update object comma bson.e payment underscore method comma invoice dot payment underscore method. Okay, and if sorry, O needs to be capital here. And for payment status, we'll have update object is equal to append update object comma son.e payment underscore status comma sorry, it's a phone call, take it up in a while, invoice dot payment underscore status. All right, so your update invoice function is at least complete. And now we can go back to our create invoice function. So after this, I will create the created at and updated at. So let's say invoice dot created underscore at and invoice dot updated underscore at comma blank actor. And what I need here, it's quite straightforward. I just need to copy and paste this quickly. All right. There's one more thing that I need actually. I'll see invoice dot payment due date. Right, just like created and update at, created at and update at, we have payment due date, which is also a date, right? That's type date. So here we'll say dot parse time dot time dot rfc 239 comma time dot now dot add date 10,1 dot format time dot rfc 3339. Okay, so now just a couple of things more and then we're done with our create invoice function. So here you'll have invoice, not in capital, not in small letters. Invoice ID is equal to primitive dot new object ID, and after that you have invoice dot invoice underscore ID is equal to invoice dot ID dot hex. And you have validation error is equal to validate dot struct invoice, which you know is standard stuff. When in every post request you need to validate everything properly, otherwise you'll get an error from the database. You don't want that, and we're now checking if everything is okay with the validation error. So if validation error is not equal to nil, we'll have c.json http.status bad request comma gen.h error validation error dot error. Okay, and return. And now comes the most important part in every create function, which is basically insert one. This is a function of MongoDB, and you will have to use invoice collection to call this function. And here you'll say result comma insert error. All right, and if insert error not equal to nil, fmt.sprintf invoice item was not created c.json http.status internal server error chain.h error message return. And after that we have defer cancel c.json http.status okay comma result. So whatever result you get from calling this function, insert one function, you'll return that function along with status okay. Okay. So yeah, so here I can see some issue. I'm sure you've seen it as well. I should have it is equal to fmt.sprintf. Okay, so now everything looks great, and now I think we're just left with table controller and autumn items controller. So only these two are remaining, and then the user control part is going to be very similar to what we've already done in the JWT authentication series. So I'll just go through it very quickly, and I'll create all the other files. So mostly the two important things that are remaining are order items controller and table controller. That's it. Table controller is very easy and straightforward. So only this is the main important thing remaining, and everything else then we'll close up quickly, and then we'll be done with the series. All right. So we're now left with our order items controller, table controller, and user controller. And then we just have to make two more files, helpers and middleware, which is going to be very similar, actually the same that we've done in our JWT token video series, but I'll still create it here from scratch so that you don't have to refer to that if you haven't watched it, no problems. And so we just left with three controllers. And in this video will be slightly longer because I'll complete the order items controller and the table controller, both. I'll complete both of these in this video. So it'll get slightly long, it's not a problem. Let's get started quickly. We don't want to waste a lot of time. So to get, before I start writing this function, right, there's a couple of things that I want to do. So one is that you create a type called order item pack, right? I'll use it in a while. I need it, so I've created it. It'll have a table ID, which will be of type string, and it'll have order items, right? And this will directly correlate with order item in your models. So when you go to your models and you say your order item model, this is what basically these are order items. So order item pack will be there, and inside that will be order items, and all of this will be comprised in one single order, which we've already created, right? The order controller. So order controller consists of multiple order items. All right. So there's one more thing which we do, with every controller. So it's order item collection, which is type mongo dot collection, and we'll start our database collection, open collection, database client, comma, order item. So this is the collection that you want to access, right? And we'll access it using order item collection. So for the course of this complete file, for the context of this complete file, we'll be using this to access the order item collection in your database, in your MongoDB database. All right, perfect. Here we already have the outline ready, and here we just do our standard stuff, which is context dot with, you don't need to have to type it out like I am doing. You can just copy and paste from, let's say, order controller, just copy and paste this line, right? You don't have to copy, you don't have to write it out on your own. So here you'll say order item collection dot find context dot to do comma bson dot m. Okay, and here you'll capture that in result and error. Defer cancel if error not equal to nil, c.json, http.status, internal server error. So this basically gets all the order items, all right? So that's why what we are doing here, in case you have not understood, is that we're going to order item collection and we're using the MongoDB find command with an empty query, which will basically return all the order items that are there in the database, all right? And all of these will come to our result. But if there's an error, we'll give a status internal server error, comma gen.h. And for the error, we will say error occurred while listing ordered items. Cool. And we'll return from here. So here we'll create something called as all order items, which will be bson.m. And you already probably know what we do with this. We basically return it at the end, right? This is what we want to return from this function, all our items. And we'll say if error is equal to result dot, so just correct the spelling of result dot all, cdx comma ampersand, all order items, error not equal to nil. We'll log out the error, sorry. And just return from here. And here you'll say c.json. Sorry, I don't know what's happening with my keyboard today. And here we'll say http dot. There's no double brackets. Sorry, there's only single brackets. I don't know what's happening with my keyboard. So it's http dot status. Okay, comma all order items. Now, if you actually notice, this and this is exactly the same, right? There's nothing that's changing. Only the name has changed. Instead of all orders, it was just all order items, but everything else is same as this function. So you could have just copied it and pasted it. I just typed it out on my own because if somebody, if there are new developers amongst you, then you should not copy and paste code. You should always type it out, no matter how long it takes, because that's how you get used to the syntax. All right. So I'll do the same here. I'll type it out. So here we'll say order ID is equal to c dot param and we'll have order ID. So when we send request to this function from Postman, we'll be sending our order ID, right? Which we'll have access to using params. It's a params, right? When you pass something like an order ID, it's a parameter, and that you can access it using C, which is of gen.context type. And we'll have all order items, comma error items by order. So we'll have a function called items by order, which will basically get all the items in that particular order. So that's why we'll have order ID. So that's why it says get order items by order, right? So you take the order ID and then you get all the order items in that order. Order you've created, order controller, and order items we're creating right now. So an order consists of multiple order items, and that's how you have this function get order items by the particular order ID. And here we'll also capture our error. So we'll say error not equal to nil, c.json, http dot status internal server error, comma gen.h, error occurred while listing order items by order ID. Okay, and then you just return from this function. And there's one more thing to do now, which is c.json. If everything went well, then you would say status okay, and you will return all order items. Perfect. So items by order is this function that's being called from get order items by order. This function is slightly longer, so I'll tackle it towards the end. Get order item function is small, so I'll quickly do this. So you'll have ctx comma cancel is equal to context dot with timeout context dot background comma 100 multiplied by time dot second, and you'll have your order item id c dot param order item id. Now, as you know, one order has multiple order items, but even in order items, if you want, you can get one particular order item using this function if you want. So that's what we're doing here, right? So we'll be passing the order item ID to this function, and using this order item ID, you'll find that order item for us. So here we'll say order item, which is of type models dot order item. That's what we want to return from this function, right? We want to return an order item from this function. And we'll say order item collection dot find one. Notice that we're not using find, we're using find one, because whatever query we pass here, matching that, only one record will be returned from it, which is exactly what we want, because there's only one record which will have that order item ID, right? The ID in MongoDB is unique. Order item ID dot decode ampersand order item. Okay, and standard stuff, defer cancel, standard stuff, which is basically handling the error. And our standard error that we always send out is status internal server error comma gen.h, and a custom error message is what we can type here, like for example, error occurred while listing ordered item, singular item. Okay, and then you return from this function, and here you'll say c.json http dot status okay comma order item. So get order item function is complete again. As soon as you saved, it brought in some more packages for your rescue, and a lot of the squiggly lines have gone away now. Now the update order item function is also slightly long. So what we'll do is we'll work on our create order item function first, then we'll work on update order item, and then we'll work on, I think, some functions in table or controller, and then at the end I'll come back to items order. I hope that's all right with you. All right. So here let's create our create order item function, where I'll have var ctx comma cancel is equal to context dot with timeout context dot background comma 100 multiplied by time dot second. Okay, and then we'll create our order item back order stuff type order item back, which you've just defined just here. We have just defined our order item back here, right? And then we'll also define our order. So we'll take a variable called order, which is of type models dot order. Here we didn't have to say models dot, because ordered item back is something that we've defined out here as a struct. We've not defined it in our models, right? So here we'll say if error is equal to c dot bind JSON ampersand order item back. So you're binding using the binding JSON function. You're using the struct, which is order item back, and getting data in that format. That's all you're doing. Your error not equal to nil. say c.json http dot status bad request comma gen dot h error, and we'll put out the error dot error. Return from here. Now there's one line that'll come here that I always like to copy, which is this line, time.parse, because I want to give the timestamp for order date. Right, so when you look at the models of an order has an order date which is required, so we need to obviously create it, and this is the timestamp that I've given to it, and I've created order date. All right, to create an order. Now I'll say order items to be inserted. That's an interface. I missed this equal to sign here. So every order also has a table ID, which will be present in our order item pack dot table ID. So your order item pack has a table ID, which we'll use right now to create the table ID, to get the table ID value for our order. And we'll also have order underscore ID, which we'll get from order item order creators and brackets orders. And we'll range over all our order items. So to range over them, we'll say order item pack dot order underscore items. And to range over, we also need a for loop. So we'll say order item, and each of the values that are getting ranged over, we can access them using order item, right? That's how for loops work here. So we'll say order item dot order underscore ID is equal to order underscore ID. And we'll also check validation error. So validate dot struct order, inside bracket will be order item. So you'll use your order item model, and you'll use the validation function to make sure that all of the values that are required, and all the validations that are we have put here, they're being met, right? So before you post anything, so this is a post request, right? Creating an order item. Before you send anything to a database, you want to validate if everything works well, and this is something that we've done in all the other files as well, so that's why it's like a standard practice. Now validation error, we'll check for the validation error is not equal to nil, not capital nil but like small nil. And here we'll say http dot status bad request comma gen dot h, and we'll give out the validation error. Return from this function. There's one issue here. Instead of curly brackets, we should have used round brackets. Now, if you look at order item model, what are the things that you need? You need an ID, you need created at, you need updated at, you need order item ID, and you need unit price. These are all the things you need, right? So let's start worrying about those things. So order item dot ID, I'll have to worry about order item dot created underscore at, order item dot updated underscore at, order item dot order underscore item dot ID, So these are things that I need to worry about, right? As I showed you in the model just now. So this I can easily solve by saying primitive dot new object ID. This I can easily solve by just copy and pasting this line. Also I can solve using the same line. Something seems to be the issue here. I don't know what's wrong. Okay, yeah, so it returns two things, right? So we'll have to put an underscore here if you don't want the second value. And here you'll say order item dot id dot hex, and then you'll have a variable called number will be to fixed order item dot unit price comma 2 divide by 2. So we'll divide the unit price by 2, and order item dot unit price will be equal to the number that we just created. And the last thing, you'll have order items to be inserted that you've just created we'll append our order items to be created to be inserted here along with our order item, this new order item. And we'll use our order item collection dot insert many context comma order items to be inserted. So you'll insert basically all the order items to be inserted in your order item collection. Insert did order items comma error, and you'll handle the error. So we'll say if error not equal to nil log dot fatal comma error. So all that's happening here is basically we're using the insert many command of MongoDB to insert all the order items to be inserted. And the order items to be inserted, we have basically built up from scratch using the order item model. We need the ID, we needed the unit price, created that, updated that, order ID, and all of those things, right? Order item ID, created that, updated that, order item ID, unit price, all of that we've received here. So we've created our order items to be inserted from scratch, and we have appended it. And now we will so whatever comes back after inserting, whatever result comes back, this is the one that we want to ideally return. So we'll say defer cancel, and since if everything went well, we'll say c.json http.status okay comma inserted order items. Great. So this function is complete. Now we're left with two functions, items by order and update order item. So now we'll tackle update order item function, and then I want to quickly close the table controller function as well, and then we'll work on our items by order. Okay, so that's the order that we'll go in. This is a long video, so I'm drinking some water as well in between just to keep myself hydrated. And here we'll start with the standard stuff. We'll say context dot with timeout. If you don't want to write it, you can copy and paste this line, context dot background comma 100 multiplied by time dot second. Okay, so we've started up the function. Here we'll create a variable called order item, which will be of type models dot order item, and we'll have our order. So whenever you update something, right, let's say like an order item, whenever you want to update it, you will send an ID to the backend saying that this is the ID of the data record that I want to edit. So that order ID, our backend will search that in our database to find that particular record, and that's the record that we'll end up editing, right, with the new data that you're sending. So here you'll have order item ID which is like a very important thing, like I just said, and you'll be sending the order item ID in your params using this value, order item ID. And then we'll put our filter as well. We'll say bson.m or order item ID underscore ID, sorry. Which would be equal to order item ID. And just like we always do, we need an updated object. So we'll say update object, which will be of type primitive. Okay, the option that I want is not there in the drop down. And here we'll check for a couple of things. So we'll check for order item dot unit underscore price. We'll check for order item dot quantity. We'll check for order item dot food underscore ID. And then we'll after updating it, we'll update our order item dot updated underscore at with a small a is equal to, and this is easy because this we'll just copy and paste from here. So whenever you update a record, you would want to update the timestamp of updated at, because that's why we're using this particular what do you call it, field, because we want to always update it whenever we update any data record. Okay. And then we'll create the update object, which will basically be appending update object with whatever we just created. So we'll say bson.ee updated underscore at comma order item dot updated underscore at. Okay. And then the rest of the things are simple. We'll use that upsert and all of those things that we use. But before that, what I will do is, so you can see there are two squiggly lines here, right? That's because it's, because it's saying that I've defined this, I've not used it here. Even though I've used it, that means the O has to be capital. So that's why now the squiggly line has gone away. And these three things I need to check. So I'll say if or item.unit price is not equal to nil. Then we'll do something. We'll say update object. We'll update our update object, and we'll say append in our update object. We'll say bson.e unit underscore price comma ampersand order item dot unit underscore price. And here also we'll say if order item dot quantity is not equal to nil, we'll say update object is equal to append update object comma bson dot e quantity comma ampersand order item dot quantity. Similarly, here also we'll check if order item dot food ID is not equal to nil. Say update object is equal to append update object comma bson.e food ID comma ampersand order item dot food underscore ID. And now since we've reached here, we just want to do a couple of basic things that we always do, which is creating that upsert is equal to true, and creating our options is equal to options dot update options upsert ampersand upsert comma. and then you'll use your order item collection, and you'll use the update one function given to you by MongoDB. You'll pass context here, you'll pass filter that you just created, you'll say bson.d, and you'll use the $set instruction to send in the new updated object, and that's how MongoDB will know that this is what's to be updated. This is the object that's to be updated. Here you put a comma, and you'll give the options as well, right? So you'll have your upsert options and your filter, all of those things getting used here. Awesome. And now you want to get the result in a variable called result, and you also want to get the error so that you can handle the error. Or item collection. Just a second, something seems to be wrong. Not sure what it is. Context filter bson.d, $set update object, options in here. Yeah, so update one will have to have a like a round bracket, not a curly bracket. So I make that mistake very often, right? That's why we're getting all lines as squiggly lines. So just make sure you're not getting that kind of an error, right? MSG. So this is a big project. I'm kind of trying and resolving all the issues that I'm seeing in real time. C.json, status internal server error, comma gen.h, error, MSG, and you return from this function. Then you say defer cancel, and you say c.json, http.status, okay, comma, result. Whew. So we've come a long way. Here I can see a spelling mistake. It should be upsert, not upset. Okay. So our update order item function is complete. Now I want to work on my table controller so that then we can work on the last pending function, which is the items by order function. In our items by order function, we'll have to work a little bit more because we'll have some MongoDB aggregation to take care of. That's why I want to tackle it at the end. So let's go to our table controller. Okay, here before we start any of the functions, we'll have to say var table collection mongo dot collection is equal to database dot open collection database dot client comma table. Now let's work on our get tables function, which is very similar to get orders function. So let's go to get orders. Sorry. So now this is going to be quite similar. So what you can do is we can just copy and paste it actually. This whole part. Copy it. Paste it here. So this line, just go through everything line by line so that we can be sure. Here just say listing the table items. Okay, and instead of all orders, it'll be just all tables. And here also instead of all orders, it'll be all tables. Here as well, it'll be just all tables. Okay, so one function done. Now we want to work on our get table function, which I'll just copy and paste this again. So now we are seriously accelerating our work by copying and pasting. So let's go through everything line by line. Here it won't be order ID, it'll be table ID. Instead of food, it'll be table, and here it'll be models dot table. That means here I found an issue. Should have been order, right, and not food. Yeah, because I copied and pasted earlier, so that's why it should have been order collection. I didn't make those changes last time. My bad. Now I've corrected it. So you can also go to your order controller file and make these small changes. Here should have been order ID and not food ID. Similarly, here also in our table, we'll say table ID. And this kind of combing we'll have to do in a lot of places, I'm pretty sure. Instead of food collection, you'll say table collection.find one, and to find one, you'll use table ID. To decode also, you'll use table. Okay. Everything else looks good in the order file. While returning also, you'll say table. So your get table function is done. Only this thing needs to change. Okay. So now two functions are left: create table and update table. Now create table is going to be easy, so I'm just going to try and write a little bit and copy a little bit, like a hybrid approach I'll follow. So this first line can be copied quickly, and this first line can be copied here as well to save some time. And after that, we'll obviously have a variable called table, which will be of type models.table. And here we'll use the same line that we use everywhere, which is this one. And instead of order, you'll just say table. Perfect. And here, as you know, that before we post anything or we send anything to the database, we validate our structs based on what we have created in our models. So we'll validate based on table model that we've already created, and then we'll also handle our validation error by saying c.json http.status bad request .h error and validation error dot error. Okay, and you'll return from here, which you've done already. Sorry, you'll return from here. After that, there will be a couple of things, right? So you need created at and you need updated at. These two things. I need these two things, and I also need this one and this one. So I'll copy these 4 lines, put them here. Instead of order, you just have to replace it with table. Again, here as well, just replace it with table. Here as well, just replace it with table quickly. Table, and here as well, you'll replace it with table. All right. And here you'll say table collection dot insert one ctx comma table, and whatever you'll get, you'll say result and insert error. And if insert error not equal to nil, let's say fmt dot sprintf, say table item was not created, and you'll return internal server error gen.h error, and you'll show the message return from here. After this, you'll say defer cancel, and if everything went well, you'll say http dot status okay comma result. So I've made one mistake. This was not supposed to be inside differ cancel. Differ cancel is another function altogether. Yes. So your create table function is done. Now comes the time for update table, which is going to be very similar to your update order function. So let's head over there and let's start writing a few things, and we'll copy and paste here and there whenever we need it. So we'll say we are table, which is of type models dot table, and we'll need table ID, which will be of which will be a params, and we'll receive table ID from the front end. Now we'll just copy and paste some stuff from here, which will be this line, and here instead of order we'll say table. Okay, and we have to create our update object, which is of type primitive dot d, and a couple of checks that we always do. So one will be table dot number of guests, and one will be table dot table underscore number. And then after these two checks, we'll have our standard stuff, which is table dot updated underscore add comma underscore is equal to time dot parse. I need that part, which is time dot parse, which is this. I need this whole thing. Copy and paste it. All right. And then we'll have our standard stuff, which is upsert is equal to true. And then we have our options. So it'll be options dot update options. You can copy and paste this part also from your order file, but since I'm typing, it'll just take me more time to actually go there, find this line and copy and paste, and that's why I'm just typing it out quickly. And then you'll have filter bson dot m, you'll have a table underscore id, which will be like this, and at the end you'll just run your table collection dot update one function, which will have context. You'll have your filter, you'll have your bson.d, which is your $set function with the updated object, and your options. And after this line, you'll have your error checking if error is not equal to nil. And why will we check for error? Because we'll get the result here and we'll get the error here. So if error not equal to nil, we'll say msg is equal to fmt dot printf table item update failed c.json http dot status internal server error comma gen dot h error and msg. And what you want to do from this function is return. Then you'll cancel and c.json and say http dot status okay comma result. And now we are just left with these two checks that we have to make here. So you will say if not equal to nil, then update object is equal to append update object comma bson.e number underscore of underscore guests table dot number underscore of underscore guests. and here we'll say is not equal to nil. Update object is equal to append update object comma pson dot e table underscore number table dot table underscore number. So essentially we're just checking two things, right? If the number of guests is not equal to nil and table number not equal to nil, then we'll just append the number of guests and the table number to our update object. Because if you actually look at the table model, you need number of guests, you need table number. These are the only two things that are required, right? So we need to check for these two things as part of our checks whenever we are posting something to the database or we're updating something, right? So these two things we have checked, and we have seen our other, if we don't check this and there's some issue with the data, the new data that we're getting to update our database, we'll end up crashing our system, right? The database will crash. So that's why we need to check these when updating, most importantly. And then you just do your updated at timestamp. You update it every time you update something in your any record. You always have to update your updated at timestamp, and then you use your upsert and your table collection update one function that MongoDB gives you to update that particular record in a table connection. And then once you save it, you get these two drivers here. I'm sure there will be many more. There need to be many more. Anyhow, we'll inspect that later on. And now we're just left with just one function, which is items by order. So I want to complete this function today, the items by order function. And then I want to work with, then we'll comb through most of the files and see the issues. And then we'll complete our user controller and our helper and middleware. And then we'll test out the entire project in one go. All right. Hi guys, I'm really sorry. I just saw the time. It's been 45 minutes. It's way over my time in the sense I have to rush for a quick meeting. So I'm really sorry I won't be able to complete this function, items by order. But this is a longer function, so I think it's better if we do it on a completely new different video. All right, in the next video we'll complete only this function because I'll have to do a lot of explaining here, because it's going to take a lot of match, lookup and unwind. All the other functions that we did today, they didn't require a lot of explanation because they were quite similar to the ones that we've done before. But this function is going to be very different. It's going to require some understanding of MongoDB aggregation. So that's why I don't want to complete it right now, because I'm running a little low on time. So I'll take out time properly in the next video. The next video we'll just look at this function and we'll complete it. It has a lot of details, so if you can read about aggregation before the next video, it'll be really good. So you'll have to read about match stage, lookup stage, unwind stage, these three stages, and the project stage, these four stages. And also group stage, I'm assuming that you already know, but if you don't know group stage, then I suggest you also take a look at group stage. So these 5 stages, if you can take a look at, it'll be very helpful. It'll be very easy for me to explain this function to you. This is going to be a long function. Like I said, we have not done this kind of work before, so it's going to be slightly different. I need to explain a lot to you. Tackle this function, items by order. And in this video, we'll be working on only this function. That is it. We won't do anything else. Now, you know that in the past few videos, we have been achieving quite a bit, right? Whole complete files, and with a lot of functions we've been achieving. We've been closing them. But this function, I know it can throw off some people, people who don't have an experience with MongoDB aggregation. So I want to go really slow with this particular function. And this video, I think, will get wrapped up in about 10, 12, 15 minutes max. But, there's no other way to tackle this function. I mean, I have to basically, keep just one video for this one function. All right, so bear with me. Now, before we start working on this function, I want you to notice two things. One is that in your order item model, you have food ID, which stores the ID of the food item, which basically refers to your food model, right? This ID, the food ID of your food model. And you also store the order ID, which refers to the order, basically. So the order item belongs to the order, right? And so that means in an order, there are multiple order items. All right, I hope that's clear. And the order item also correlates directly with the food ID, in the sense that food ID becomes an order item, and there are multiple order items in an order. All right, I hope that's clear. So that's the thing that I wanted to point out before we start working on this function, all right? Because here we want to return all the items in an order. So you need to know those details. Now, if I have the food ID stored in the order item model, that means I can access the entire food object, all the details that are stored in that particular food record. I can, like, for example, of the ID that's stored, of the ID of the food item that's stored in my order item, I can access all these details like name, price, all of that by linking, right? In SQL, you might use join, but here you'll have to use a function called lookup. So from order item, we look up to food model using this ID. So this ID is a local key here, but it's a foreign key, right? Which translates directly to food ID here. And we can access this entire food record for this order item model. All right. I'm not sure if you're getting it, but please try and understand that let's say we have an order item, we have a record, and we have stored the food ID of the food item it resembles. Now the food ID can be linked to the actual object, the data object of the food item, right? And that's what we want to do. And we can do that using a function called as lookup function that MongoDB aggregate provides to us. Similarly, we'll also look up our order because we have the order ID stored here. And for that ID, which correlates directly to our order model, we'll have that order entire object stored in our database. So all these details we can access again using the lookup function. So we'll be doing two lookups, right? Now there will be a third lookup because we want the table details as well. So right now we have stored the table ID of the order inside the order object. And using this table ID, we can access our table model and access that particular record and get all of these details like number of guests, table number, all of those details we can get from our table collection. So I hope I'm making sense, right? So 3 times you'll be looking up, all right? So I wanted to get that clear before you work on this function. Now to set up this function, we'll do the regular stuff that we do, which is context dot with timeout, context dot background. Sorry, there's a double bracket by mistake. I don't know what's happening. Here you'll say comma 100 multiplied by time dot second. This is our usual stuff that we do, right? Now I want to start off by creating a match stage. So match stage is a stage in MongoDB aggregation where you're able to match a particular record using a particular key from your database. So here what I want to match is, first I'll say $match. So $match is the operator. So you have to use $. That's the syntax that MongoDB wants you to give. And here you want to say order ID, comma ID. So you want to match the order ID, all right? Now, when you want to get items in a particular order, right? You want to look up in the collection, which is order item collection, but you want to match the order ID because order ID we have stored. Now for that order, what are all the different order items, right? So that's why you'll pass the order ID and you'll match it using the match stage operator. And that will give us all the different items, order items for that particular order ID. Okay, I hope I'm making sense till now. Then, like I had told you, we'll have a lookup stage. Here we'll have bson.d, and inside that you'll have $lookup, and here you'll say comma bson.d. Sorry, this comma had to end here. So here you'll say bson.d, and you want to look up from. So you want to add from where you want to look up. So I want to look up from my collection called food. That's where I want to look up from. What's my local field and what's my foreign field? I'll have to give that to MongoDB. So I'll say local field is, by the way, if you get some time, do check out the documentation for MongoDB aggregation. It will be really helpful to you. But I'm trying to explain every single word, not even every single line. I'm trying to explain every single word so that you don't get confused, right? because I know many people get confused here. And usually I don't, you know me, that I don't explain so much deeply, but this video I know it's required, so I'm taking my time. So you also know you also need your foreign field, and you'll say comma food underscore ID, and outside this you'll put comma again, and you'll say as comma food. Now there seems to be something off, because I don't think I have the right number of brackets closing at the end. So I'm just checking once my whole lookup query. Let me just check. I have the documentation of MongoDB opened along with me, so I'm checking it and comparing it with that. I'll have lookup, and then I'll have the local field, I'll have the foreign field, and then I'll have as. Okay, so as you notice that I'm closing this bracket, the bracket out here, but I'm not closing these two brackets, right? So I need to close those two brackets as well. So I'll say close. Now I'm getting a squiggly line here, I don't know why. So let the line be for now. Let's not worry about it. We'll come back and solve it later. Okay, but I hope you have understood till now. Okay, yeah, sorry, I think I have to explain to you what these mean, right? Yeah. So $lookup is the function that you use to look up from a particular collection, right? So from order item, from sitting at order item, you want to look up to food, for the food model. And what will you use? You'll use the food ID, obviously, right? And your food ID is your local field. So locally, I call it food ID, and in the foreign field, which is basically how does food represent it? It also represents using food ID, right? So in both cases the same. So I'll say it's local food is also food ID, foreign field is also food ID. All right, and where you're looking up from the food collection. The third thing is as means that how do you want it to be represented as? So when you get that data back from running this particular pipeline stage, now one thing to note in pipeline stages are that whatever data you get in the first stage, you'll get that in the second stage, and based on that you'll apply the third stage in operations. So that's something that people get confused in. So just remember that whatever you get back from the first stage, because from the first stage now you'll be getting only the orders that will match, or only the order items that will match this particular order ID, right? You'll be getting only those things. Using that match stage, you'll put a lookup stage to get the data of food for those particular order items, right? That's what's happening now. And then so right now we're just creating our stages. We'll have to obviously send this in an aggregate function to MongoDB. Right now we're just creating our stages, all right? So just keep that in mind. And then we'll have our unwind stage. It's very possible that you've never even heard of what an unwind stage is. Unwind stage basically takes a particular array. So right now, let's say when you look up something, when you look up, you get it as an array. Now, when it's an array, MongoDB cannot perform any more operations on it. So that's why you want to unwind it, so that later on, whenever stage comes on later on, you'll be able to access and use that particular array. So if it's an array, it won't be able to, MongoDB won't be able to process it or perform any operations on it. But if you unwind it, then MongoDB can perform any operations on it, right? So that's why whenever we do a lookup, you get that particular data in, let's say, food, right? Now you want to apply an unwind stage on that food array, so that you're able to then run some functions on it. So you'll say bson.d, and you'll say $unwind, comma bson.t, and here you'll say path, comma $food, and outside this, this was supposed to end here, and outside this particular bracket you'll have preserve null and empty arrays, comma true. So if you set this to false, it will remove all the null and empty arrays that you get. But if you preserve it, you say true, then you'll get all the empty arrays and you can use them later on if you wanted to. So usually it's a good practice to set this as true. Okay, by default it's false, so you don't have to write false specifically. Now we have, like I told you, we'll have a lookup for food and we'll also have a lookup for order. So now I want to set up my lookup for order. So I'll call it lookup order stage. All right, and how do you set it up? You'll say bson.d. Just be mindful of this syntax. All right, lookup. I mean, MongoDB aggregation is very sensitive to syntax, so just make sure you're writing everything correctly with me. And so the thing is, with MongoDB aggregation, right, it takes a long time to get used to the syntax, and a lot of people, what they do is they just copy and paste these stages and they copy and paste these lines, or they just not get into the habit of writing the syntax properly from scratch, and then they get it from somewhere. And that's a huge problem. I mean, with Golang, it's understandable that you copy and paste some things, but with MongoDB aggregation functions, do not do it, because it's very, very sensitive to syntax. So the way you build up your query, even a small mistake can throw up the entire query and you get completely different result. So I always tell everybody to get very used to MongoDB aggregation syntax. It's very different, but it's also extremely powerful. I mean, I can't stress on how much time it can save you when you're actually building a product. You can get so much data, so many operations can be done, and aggregation is very, very quick, right? It's not slow. It's one of the fastest things that I've seen, as a database operation. So aggregation is very fast, very powerful. So that's why it's a tool. If you can learn it, if you can learn the entire syntax properly, and you know how to build these queries like I'm building in front of you right now, it's a very powerful tool to have, and you can be a really great programmer. All right. I'm not overselling it. I'm speaking the truth. If you talk to any industry expert, they'll tell you how powerful MongoDB aggregation is. Anyhow, so here again you have to set your local field, right, which is order ID. Just like you built this query, you're building this query now. So you'll have a local field, and you already know what the next thing is. You'll have a foreign field. The foreign field, again, just like we had, it was food ID. Here also the foreign field is order ID. If you don't believe me, you can go check it out here. It's for order ID here, and it's order ID here. At both places, it's order ID. All right. We're using the JSON syntax. That's why we're keeping O and F, all of those things as small, because MongoDB works with JSON data. Okay. And how do you want it to be? So you want it to be as. So you'll say again as, say as, comma, order. Perfect. Now, after you've got an array, after looking up, what do? You unwind. So you'll say unwind stage. If you want me to create a complete series on MongoDB and aggregation functions, do let me know if you're interested in learning that. I'm not sure if there are good sources available online for that, because I learned it the hard way. I had to go through documentation. I built my own queries, and it took me forever to learn all of that, actually. So if you want to learn it, do drop in the comments below, and I'll create a series for it completely from scratch. Okay. So whenever you are running an unwind stage, you give a path. So maybe I forgot to explain to you here, right? $food. But you basically give it a path saying that this is the field from my previous stage, because I know that in my previous stage, I'll be representing it as order, right? So this particular field, which is the order field, I want you to take that as a path and then unwind it for me. And here you'll say comma. Whenever you're writing such queries, it's great to have the MongoDB documentation open with you. Always do that. Like I have it open right now. You should keep it open with you. Empty arrays, comma true. Okay. And even when I'm writing a lot of functions like these, for examples, or something like this with gin, how do you return a function? I have on my other screen I have documentation open for the gin library, or for MongoDB aggregation. Like I told you, I have documentation open, right? So you can do the same as well. I mean, it's better to always write the right syntax than to fix it later on. It becomes a problem. So instead of just calling it unwind stage, I can call it unwind order stage. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, you remember I had said that we also want to look up the table data. So I'm going to leverage table ID. But then how do I leverage it? Because right now I'm running the query in order item, right? And I have access to order ID and I have access to food. Now, from order ID, I got access to the entire order object. And for that order object, which I have, I can now access the table ID and then access the table data. All right? Might be confusing, but once I put it out into code, you'll understand how it works. So if we say look up table stage bson.d, and I'll be honest with you, this is the most difficult part in this entire series. Okay, so we've done 12 videos. This is the 13th video, I think, and this is the most difficult part. Everything else, I just went through it very quickly, because in the previous videos, previous series, if you've been doing my series, it's a cakewalk for you, right? All the other things that we did, it's a complete cakewalk for you. But this part, I know people will struggle, so that's why I'm taking all the time possible to get this right. If you get this part right, entire project works totally fine, right? So you have like lookup table stage. Here you want to say $lookup, comma, bson.d, and here you'll have, again, you'll have oh, here I wrote food by mistake. It should have been from. My bad. This is why it's important to have the syntax open, because sometimes you just make silly mistakes and you forget. Anyhow, so here you'll have from, comma, table. So I want to look up from table. And another comma, and you'll say, what's the local field here? So the local field that I have is order.table ID. Now, why order.table ID? Because we took the order ID, we looked it up, we got the entire order object for this particular order item. We got the entire order object, and we're referring to it as order from now on. And I unwinded the whole order, and now I can access the fields inside that order object. One of the fields that are inside the order object, I know, is the table ID. So now I want to access the table ID. To access the table ID, I want to say order.table ID, all right? Because I already have the entire table object in my field called order. I hope that's making sense. Just keep ensuring you have the right syntax, okay? Because if there's an error in MongoDB query, it's slightly more difficult to solve it. So here, by mistake, I had written capital T, so I had to make it small t. Make sure you do that again with me. If this is the equivalent of walking on landmines and figuring out if there's a landmine in the field or not. So now you want to talk about the foreign field. So foreign field in table, how is it represented? It's basically represented as table ID. As you can see, it's represented as table ID. Okay. So foreign field is simple. It's just table underscore ID. And what do you want to represent this data as? So we'll say as, comma, table. Perfect. And now I want to unwind the table stage. How do you unwind it? Unwinding syntax is much easier than the other syntax. So all you have to say is just $unwind, comma, bson.d, path. What's the path that you'll give it? You'll say it's dollar table. Put a comma here. You'll say preserve null and empty arrays, comma true. Okay. Yeah, by mistake I had scrolled down. So we have reached unwind table stage as well. Okay. Now comes an important part. It's called the project stage. Lison.d. There's a lot of work going on in my house, so if there's some background noise, I apologize for that. I can't like I used to put music to drown that background noise sometimes, but since I can't put that music now because I've received some feedback saying that the music is disturbing in the videos, so please bear with the background noise. All right. So here now the project stage. What does the project stage do? Project stage is basically to manage the fields that you'll be turning to the front end. Okay. So what does that mean? That means that after you do all these operations, right, you'll get a lot of fields. You'll get a lot of data that's probably not required. I mean, if you send all of that data, it might just confuse the front end. So either the front end or to the next stage, like you can decide. Like I'm talking about front end, but you can also say that what's the data that you want to go to the next stage, so that you don't get confused when running these operations. So project stage basically controls whatever goes to the next stage or to the front end. I mean, if you use it as the last stage in your complete aggregate pipeline, if it's the last stage, then it will determine what goes to the front end. But if it's one of the stages in between, it just determines what goes to the next stage. Okay, so let's work on our project stage. So let's build the project stage from scratch. Here you'll say dollar project, comma bson.d, and inside you'll have now multiple things, right? So the first data point that I want to talk about is ID. So when I say ID comma 0, that means that I don't want ID to go to the next stage. Then I'll say amount, and I'll say dollar food dot price. So here I'm saying that I want amount, a field that to go, but and what will that field be? It'll be referring food dot price. So whatever. So as you know that we had the order item, then we looked up the food record using the food ID, and in that food record, I want to access the data point called price. See, food record has a data point called price, and that's what I want to refer to, and I want to basically capture that in a variable called amount, and that's the thing that I want to send to the front end, right? And what else do I want to send to the front end? So I'll say I want one more thing. It's called total count. One, I want to send total count to the front end. So that's why I said, when I say one, I mean I'm saying that it should go to the front end. All right. And then we'll have food name, comma, dollar food dot name. Comma, we'll have food image underscore image, comma, dollar food dot food underscore image. Now if you open up your food model, you'll understand that this is the one that you're talking about. Name, talking about food image, we just talked about price, right? So that's why it's dollar food dot name, dollar food dot price, dollar food dot food image. That's how it's going, right? And then I want table underscore number. So this I want it to be dollar table dot table underscore number. Why dollar table? Because as you know, we have looked up our table as well, table record. That has, the table record has a variable called table number. And that's how we can access access it saying table dot table number. Okay, and then we have our table underscore ID, comma, dollar table dot table underscore ID, comma, order underscore ID, dollar order dot order underscore ID, and price, comma, dollar food dot price, quantity is 1. All right. Now, all we're left to do is check the brackets. This bracket is getting closed. This bracket is getting closed. So let me bring it here. So both these brackets are getting closed. This bracket is also getting closed here. So I'll also bring this to the previous line. So I think in my project stage, I've closed off all the brackets properly. 1, 2, and 3. And now I know there are a lot of squiggly lines. Don't worry about it right now. It can get intimidating. It can like really put you under stress. But don't worry about it right now. Okay. Now comes a really important part. It's called the group stage. So group stage is one of the most important stages in your aggregation pipeline. Group stage basically groups all the data based on particular criteria or formats or parameters, sorry, I meant. And we can use the $group function to do that. And here we'll say bson.d. And you'll say underscore ID, comma, bson.d, order underscore ID, comma, dollar order underscore ID. Okay. So right now what you're doing is we're basically adding more and more criteria for our underscore ID. Underscore ID is based on what the $group is going to group your records on, right? So order ID is one criteria. Then the other criteria that we'll have is table ID. Underscore ID, which is dollar table underscore ID. Then you'll have table number, table underscore number, comma, dollar table underscore number. All right. So these are our ID. What do you call it? The criteria for ID. Now we'll have to be really careful about where we're closing our brackets. So let's see where the ID bracket closes. Okay, so this bracket closes here with this bracket. So just put some space here. And here you want to start putting some more fields. So now what we're putting are the fields, the extra fields that we want in this group stage. So one field that we want is payment due. So what will payment due be equal to? It will be equal to bson.d, and you'll have dollar sum, comma, dollar amount. So what's happening out here is basically you want to give the total payment due from this user or from the person who's ordering the food, right? So the total payment due is going to be the sum, which is going to be found out using $sum, which is an aggregation operator, not a stage operator, but a regular aggregation operator. And it's going to basically find the sum of all the dollar amount fields that are present in your data. Okay.
Now here you'll put another comma after this payment due thing. You'll put another comma here, and you'll add another field called the total count. So these are new fields that we are adding based on some calculations that we're doing right now. And group stages are really good for calculations because they group data together using some criteria, and then you can find totaling and multiplication of different things because you're compressing data and you're sending compressed or grouped data to the front end or to the next stage. Okay. So here you'll have bsum.d and put more brackets here, one more set of brackets. Say $sum, comma 1. So when you say $sum, comma 1, usually you basically count. You find the count, as in it's how many. Let's say there are 20 records. So in the first group, when you create the first group, there are 3 records in the first group. So it's going to just find the count of those 3 records, which is basically 3. So that's how $sum1 works. Okay. Now these so $sum and $sum. These kind of things are quite simple in the sense they're very basic MongoDB aggregation, but I'm still explaining this to you because I want to be sure that you get it. But if you just go through any video on MongoDB aggregation, everything should make a lot of sense. But even if you don't have time to do that, I'm still trying to cover as much as possible so you can understand it completely. Now, there's one more field called order items. So whatever data was there in the root in the sense, whatever data that came to the stage, we can refer to it as using $root. We can refer to that. So we can push it in an array called order items so that all of that data will still be here if we want to use it later on. And that's the benefit or the beauty of the $push command, which is again an aggregation function that MongoDB gives you. Okay. Now, after all of this, I need some breathing time, man. Because I'm typing less in this video, I'm explaining a lot more. Here we have something called as the project stage 2. We'll have another project stage. We give it a name of project stage 2, and make sure this D is capital. And here you'll say $project. Comma bsum.d. Now let's start working on it. This bracket also will bring it in the previous line itself. Okay. Now here, what do you want? You'll have one. You'll start having criteria like this, in the sense the fields. The project, as you remember, is the fields that you want to send or not send. So you'll start having that same kind of a discussion, right? So you'll say, first thing that I want to worry about is ID. So I don't want to send the ID. So I'll say ID is equal to 0. The other thing that I want to send is payment due. So I'll say payment underscore due, comma 1. And then I want to worry about total count, total underscore count, comma 1. Then comma table underscore number, comma dollar underscore ID dot table underscore number. So since you've been building this with me, I'm sure by now you already know that this is a serious project that we've built here, right? It's not a small project. It's pretty big. It's pretty extensive because we have a very complex, I won't say very complex, but I'll say like fairly complex model system. We have food orders and order items and tables and all those different things, right? We have fairly complex like our login system is there, so it will be there, as in we'll build it, so it'll be complex. We'll have routes. The project structure itself is fairly complex, right? And you're doing all this aggregation, which is fairly complex. So you can use this in production. In the sense, right now we're building a restaurant management system, but you could build, let's say, some other system, right, using the same kind of structure of a code. By the way, I have 2 more video series coming up. One will be a hotel booking and reservation system very soon. The other will be an e-commerce system. So both will be not exactly same like this, but they'll have a lot more changes. So we'll build those as well. So that once you do these three projects, right, the restaurant management, the hotel booking system, and the e-commerce system, then you'll be so confident building projects in Golang. Now comes the most important part. So we're done with creating our stages. Now we have to send these stages to the order item collection using the aggregate function. So how do you do that? You'll say Mongo. Now I know I said this video will not take more than 10-15 minutes or something. I know it's gone more than that, way more than that. But then it was required, man. I mean, if I don't explain this to you, and if I just type quickly, I mean, I won't get any satisfaction. I want you to understand this, otherwise there's just no point. So here you've defined your match stage and lookup stages already, right? So as you're typing them out here, all the squiggly lines are going away. That's why I had told you, don't worry about them right now, okay? And so lookup stage, the squiggly line has gone away. Now the next is unwind stage, comma, look up your order stage, comma, unwind order stage, comma, look up your table stage, comma, your unwind table stage, comma, your project stage, comma, your grip stage, comma, your project stage 2. Perfect. Project stage 2, right? And I can bring this in the previous line actually. And here you'll say, you'll get some result from this operation, obviously, or you'll get an error from this operation. And here we'll check for error, so we'll say if error is not equal to nil, you'll panic error, you'll panic error, and you'll say result.all ctx, comma, ampersand, order items. You want to return all the order items, right? Here we'll say if error is equal to and you'll again say panic error. Our usual, this is all our usual stuff that we always do, right? And you just return order items from this function, or you return error. All right, so this is your entire function, right? So this is a function for items by order. It took quite a while. It's not a very big function. Maybe I would think about 60 lines or so, but definitely took a lot of explanation. Now, if you get this function right, and if you've understood it, congratulations, because this is the most difficult part in this entire project. And if you got this, then there's no challenge, your project would work easily. But if most of the mistakes you'll make here, right? Everything else is going to be a simple mistake, like syntax or here and there Golang, I'm sure. So I'll do a lot of bug fixing. You'll be able to fix bugs with me. But here is where you can get stuck. So that's why I want you to focus on this part properly and get this right.
What I want to do in this video quickly is to fix a few things. Like all the visible small issues that I can see, and then we'll start writing the user controller. All right, at least some of the issues I'll try and solve. So for example, there's this small syntax issue here, and that red line has not now gone away. And here again there's a red squiggly line here. So let's make that also go away by bringing the brackets to the previous line. But as you can still see, it's showing one error out here in this file, right? Which is here. So here, if I put a comma, now suddenly 9+ error issues come up here, right? And 2 of them are to do with these two packages. So it's quite possible that we don't have the right packages installed, all of them installed. So I'll run go mod tidy so that it gets all the packages that I need. So hopefully some of the issues should have been solved. Yes, they have been solved. Now let's go through the ones that are still not solved, right? So it says validator.new is not working out. Not a problem, we'll come to that later on. String convert. We already have this package, so it should have the required package for it. So I'm not sure why it's giving an error. Yeah, because the spelling is wrong, sorry. So it's string convert. All right. And then let's find out more. So string convert, again spelling wrong here. So along with me, you can just fix these small issues, right? So food controller, I just fixed some syntax issues. Now I'm just fixing some spelling issues. And then there's an issue here, right? Which is on line 54. We have an issue with this mongo.pipeline, match stage, group stage, project stage. Okay, this, I'll come back to this in a while, but I can easily tell you that this issue is being created because of using curly braces instead of these round brackets. Now this issue has gone. So line number 57, c.json. This issue has been taken care of. So usually I solve all the issues at the end after running go build, but since this is a long project and people are already getting scared that I've not, there's so many issues in the code, right? So, and they're not solved, so I'm just solving them right now. But usually, always with Golang, I always solve everything at the end. I just don't care. I just write anything that I want, and then at the end I can solve it. So here also math is wrong, so it should have been math. Spelling is wrong. And now an update food. Food ID. It's giving a lot of issues with bson.e. I wonder why. So do we have the right packages? We have gin, we have primitive, bson primitive, and we need the regular bson package. We have that as well. Actually, I need the Mongo driver bson. So I'll get that. I'll say go.mongodb.org. In case you're not sure, open up the Mongo drivers documentation, like I've done, /Mongo. Right, and I need Mongo options. I have that. Oh, I have Mongo also. Sorry, I needed bson here, not Mongo, bson. That's the one that I don't have. Okay, and then when I run go mod tidy again, this one I don't think I need. This is the wrong one, so I don't need this one. And the validator that it has brought for me is also wrong. The decision. So this is why I don't use extension a lot of times, because it takes wrong decisions for me. I mean, it got me the wrong package. I didn't need this. I need this one, github.com/go playground /validator/v10. This is the one I need. Now let's run go mod tidy. So in case you're not able to follow, just work a little slower, as in, like, you can slow down the video and pause and just see what all things I fixed right now in this video. There are quite a few things, right? Now let's see. So it's showing me 4 more errors are there, right? And something to do with this food ID thing. I don't know. This I need to investigate. Yeah. No, I thought there's a triple O there. Something to do with the food ID. Okay, I'll come back to that later. I think that's the only issue left. Sorry, this gin.h is also a small issue. It's showing me. So, yeah. So if you look at the gin documentation, there's no small h. There's a capital H. That works now. Now there are 3 issues remaining. So let me fix those. So if we scroll up, 3 issues, right? It says, so line 44, I saw an issue here. So it's an issue with my double quotations, and I fixed that now. Double inverted comma, sorry. I fixed that now. This was after 1. It should have been like just dollar sum in that, and comma 1 is separate. And the other issue, as you know, being caused by food ID. So I know why it's happening. It's because the D should be small here. So now my food controller file is completely fine, right? It's working now. So what I'll do is I'll just fix the issues everywhere, and then let's start working on the user controller.co file, right? So that everybody becomes calm because people are now freaking out. I mean, I have so many errors in my code. How can I go ahead? But like, if you are worried about that, check out the serverless video that I've just created, the 2-hour video in serverless stack. So I had like a lot of errors till the end of the video, and then in just one go, we ran build command, and then we got so many errors, right? And then we fixed everything, because with Golang, what happens is that it gives you the exact error at the exact place, and so you don't have to worry at all. So you can just type anything, and it'll tell you exactly what to fix, right? If it's a syntax error, it's a like logical error. In the invoice controller file, I can see 3 errors with squiggly lines. All 3 have to do with bson.e, and there's one more here somewhere. So let's fix the easy one, right? See, here I can see that the bson package that the extension got for me automatically is wrong. So the one I actually want is go.mongo dp.org/mongo driver/bson. This is the one I need. So out of the 4, 3 errors have gone away. Only 1 remains, which is this one. So this one I'll have to come to it later. So this issue that I'm having with auto collection, something tells me that it has nothing to do with the way I've imported, I'm calling auto collection from invoice controller. I think it has to do with the auto controller file itself. So I think there's there's so many issues in this file that it's not actually telling me those issues. So what I'll do is I'll just start fixing these. So this is the package that I need. And I also need models here. So I'll just copy this and paste it. And I'll say models. Right, and I need fmt log net/htp, and I have time, I have database and models. All right, and I also don't need this package. I need the right one. I need go.mongodb.org/ Mongo driver/bson, and I need bson primitive. So I'll copy and paste this again, bson/primitive, and I need Mongo options. So I'll copy and paste this as well again, and I'll say I need Mongo/options. Cool. And now it says that I have only 1 error. And where do I have that 1 error? I'll have to find it. Yeah, I found it on line 71. Is equal to sign was wrong. And now as soon as I solve it, you can see I get 9+ errors, right? But the issue in invoice controller goes away quickly, right? So I told you that the issue has to do with order controller, not invoice controller. So my invoice controller file is clear, food controller file is clear, right? Two files are clear completely. For all the perfectionist people out there, I'm sure, yeah, this is feeling much, now you're feeling much better. And how here on line 72, table collection spelling is wrong. So that should hopefully sort it. I think there are issues with table controller file. That's why this issue is not going away. And let me still see. So for the order controller file, since I'm getting a lot of errors in the CTX, right? CTX, as you can see everywhere, I'm getting a lot of errors there. I think I know the issue. It's basically this thing needs to be defined outside as well, out here. And as soon as you do that, there were 9+ errors. That means there were like a lot of errors. Now suddenly there's just 7 errors, right? And why is this calling this file? I have no idea. Anyhow, so now we're left with about 7 errors, and oops, yeah. So I'm getting, I'll take care of this. I don't know why this is happening. So yeah, I have 7 errors, and one is around table collection, which I'm sure it's happening because of the table controller, something to do out here and not here. But here I can see these errors. Insert error, right? Spelling is wrong, so this error goes away. Return spelling is wrong, this error goes away. And that's good enough. I think 4 errors are remaining. One is because of the table collection, and so I have figured out why this package is being imported, right? It's a very stupid issue. Here I should have had models, not model, and now suddenly that package goes away, right? Because Golang, this extension, this is why I said like I don't really rely on extensions, because it was self-importing that package, which I don't even know where it came from, but just because it found this model here instead of models. Okay. Everything else looks good. I don't see any other issues. Sorry, I just saw 2 issues here. 2 squiggly lines, right? One, or there are 3 errors, right? One is because of the table collection thing, and there are 2 because of this food. Here it should have been order, because order has table ID. And since we copied this, copy and pasted that code from the food controllers, that's why I forgot to change this to order. That's why there are errors. So this is why I also don't rely on copy pasting. I don't rely on extensions, right? Because they can introduce errors which become difficult to solve. And now if I fix my table collection file, this issue will go away, and then 1, 2, and 3 will have 3 files without any issues, right? So table controller, bring this to the next line, and there will be many more packages that I need here. One is obviously context. I need fmt, and I need log net/http. I need time, and I need to also install database and models. So just like in order I had database and models, these 2 I'm going to copy and paste here. I'll actually do that before the external packages, the third-party packages, right? So I have Mongo, and I need bson, primitive, and options. So I can copy that from here, bson and primitive, and the third one I need is options. So I'll just copy and I'll paste it here, right? I need all of these. And now, as you see, as I told you that in the order controller, once you fix this table controller some issues, the order controller issue goes away. So now you have 3 completely clean files with no issues whatsoever: food controller, invoice controller, and order controller. And now we'll fix all the issues of table controller as well. So now let's find these 3 issues. Okay, so 3 issues remaining, right? Yeah, so I found one. It should have been var, not vat. I found another one. Defer spelling is wrong. And I found another one that inside this should not have been inside defer cancel. Defer cancel is an empty function. So now when you fix that, it shows you 8 more errors, right? So let's start fixing those. It's great that we can see these 8 issues now. So let's solve them one by one ASAP. All right. Table ID. Okay, here it should have been table ID. That's why it's giving us an error, because I've not used that variable. So this is sorted. 6 errors to go, right? Because that same error was repeating in 2 places, so it was saying 8. Now c.json makes sense. Should have been round brackets here. Done. 5 left. And table dot order ID. This is the create table function, right? So it's table should have been table dot table ID actually. So table dot table ID. All right, and yeah, so fmt should have been on the previous line, and this should be fmt instead of fnt. Only one issue to go. Let me find that issue. Yeah, so bson.e should have been capital E. All right, so all issues solved. So now you have food, invoice, order, table, 4 files, no issues whatsoever. All right, and models obviously don't have any issues, and routes also only 1 file has issue, but I'm pretty sure there will be more issues. But for now, whatever we can see, we're fixing all of that. All right, so let's start working on our order items controller, because this seems to have a lot of issues, right? 9+ issues. Let's solve these first. So in this file, the most obvious things that I can see is, again, this issue that we have already solved of the bson package. So here we'll say mongo db.org/mongo driver/bson. It's possible that you probably hear some background noise in my house because of some work going on. So I apologize for that. As soon as you import this package, many issues seem to have gone away, right? We just see 3 issues now. One is this, which is d small, so we'll just fix that. And now it seems that all the issues have gone away. But I'm still a bit skeptical, because a couple of places I saw that the spelling of table is wrong, like here, right? So now that I fix it, I still don't see any issues as such. Everything seems to be all right. And I think that's it for now. If we have any issues, they will come up later on. So this file also seems to be doing all right now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files are doing pretty all right. Now let's take a look at our menu controller. Menu controller, also the bson package can be updated. So what I'll do is I'll just copy it from here and paste it here. And it seems like everything has been taken care of automatically. So all the issues have gone away. Still, I feel that not all the issues have actually gone away. When we actually build or run this project, things will start going wrong. But as of now, everything looks all right. Now there seems to be one issue in main.go file and one issue in menu.router.go file, right? Everything else, like these 3 files that you see, which are showing you issues, are basically, we have not completed them. That's why we're seeing these issues. So now let's take a look at menu.router.go and main.go. What's the issue? In the menu router file, it's saying that update menu is giving a squiggly line here, right? That means in our user controller, in our menu controller here, there's an issue with the update menu function. Yes, there is, because this M is small, whereas what we need is a capital M, right? So we'll just change this quickly, and we'll put in put a capital M here. Suddenly that issue goes away. So now this complete file is all right? Menu router file is also okay. Now let's close off all the files that we have already worked on and everything was working fine. All right, so now you know that these files, 1, 2, 3 files are giving you errors because you don't have any code in there. And we fixed a lot of issues, right? Now in the main.go file, there are it's showing you just one issue, and that doesn't seem to be a big issue. Firstly, you'll have to access this as middleware, and then you'll have to access this as routes. Okay, then you need one more package, and you'll access it as github.com. Actually, you don't need that package, the Heroku package, you don't need it. You're still getting an issue here. I'm wondering why. So there's an issue with middleware and main.go file. That's because middleware, the package does not return anything right now. So it's completely empty, right? So let's put some basic code here. Like we'll say package middleware. You import a couple of things, and then you'll have basically in this file for the authentication function, right? gen.handler, and here we'll return a function which will have gen.context, and let's import a couple of so here when you see when you've written this, that means that gen is required. So when importing you'll say github.com/gen connect/gen, and I'll need helpers, which is basically the token helper. I'll need that. So for now I'll put github.com/ actually not github.com, but I'll put this Golang restaurant management /helpers. So I need helper, and I'll use that in this file. Actually, when I save it, it goes away because I have not used it right now, so that's why it goes away. But still, what's happening here is that there's no issue with auth middleware because we're returning something, and there's no issue with, most importantly, the main.go file. So as you can see now on my left side, everything is fine, right? Everything's fine except these two files, which we'll work on. And that's when we'll actually put the code here, everything, all the issues will go away. Similarly with our token helper.go file. But the most importantly, all the other files till now that we have had issues with, we have clarified and fixed all the issues that we could see from our extensions. But when we'll build these programs again, and when we'll run those functions and APIs, I'm sure we'll find more issues and we'll fix them as we go. But for now, everybody who was kind of freaking out because we had so many issues in the code, I've fixed and I've taken care of all of them. All right. Some things related to the user controller and basically token helper and auth middleware. So these are only three files that are left that we have not worked on yet. And for auth middleware, at least we have created the outline function. And similarly for user controller, we've created all the outline functions. Just a reminder, all of the this entire logic for the user to log in and sign up is based on a series that I've already done on my channel. It's called the JWT authentication for Golang series, right? So it's about 5-6 videos, and I've already covered all of this in that series, right? So a lot of the things I won't explain the nitty-gritties, where I'll basically go fast in this part in case you most probably if you've been learning Golang along with me since so long, you already know how to write the whole sign up and login logic. But if you've not familiar with it, go check out that video and you'll easily understand how that works. All right. And I'm going to be explaining it here as well, but not in as much detail. That's the whole thing that I'm trying to make you understand. All right. So in the token helper file, I'll have two functions, right? Very similar to the other project that we've done. right? So the two functions, just a second. Create some space here so that I'm able to type. Yeah. So the other, so the functions are basically generate all tokens, and it'll obviously accept a couple of things and return some things, and it'll have a function definition. Now, as you already know it, basically we're going to call it the package helper, and we'll have some packages that we'll import, and then these will be basically the functions, right? So one is generate all tokens function, the other is update all tokens function, and the last one is validate token. Makes sense. Now that same JWT authentication logic, right, I plan to use in other courses as well. Like let's say in the future, if we do like an e-commerce platform or something like that, we'll try and use the same one so that you kind of build upon it. Or if I find a better authentication system, obviously I'll use that in the e-commerce project video. All right. So now when I saved it, my plugins, they automatically removed that import line because I'm not importing anything right now, because these are just function definitions, just outlines of the functions, and not we're not calling any packages yet. Anyhow, so now yeah, sorry, so it's giving me the squiggly line because the U is not capital, so that's great. You can fix that now, so that squiggly line has gone away. Now coming back to our user controller, right? You already know that there'll be these functions. Why? Because you probably have already seen the JWT authentication Golang series. So you know that there are these functions that we have, right? Get users, get user, sign up login, hash password, and verify password. So for before we start anything, we'll have to refer to the users collection in our database. How do you do that? You say user, sorry, not in caps, in small. Say user collection, and you'll say Mongo dot collection. Okay, is equal to database dot open collection database dot client comma user. Now we have two squiggly lines. There are three, but two are for the same reason, which is basically database. It doesn't understand where database is. And there's also one for Mongo. So for Mongo, obviously, what you want to do is you want to put brackets here first and bring it on a separate line. And here you want to install the, or at least import the Mongo package. So the Mongo package doesn't start like this, right? It doesn't start from github.com. It starts from go.mongodb/mongo-driver/mongo. Right, so at least that's taken care of. Now the squiggly line here has gone away. It's gone away here as well. Database is basically your database package. So how do you refer to it? You'll refer to it like this. Just copy and paste it here. So that's gone away as well. So far so good, no issues, no problems. And let's start writing some code for our get users. But actually, before I do that, I want to write some pseudo code or some comments for my sign up function just to tell you things that I'll be doing here. So now the sign up function is very logical, right? So what we'll do is firstly we'll convert the JSON data coming from let's say Postman to something that Golang understands, right? The second step would be to validate it. So validate data based on user struct, let's say. And then you'll check if the email has already been used by another user, and you'll at the same time you'll hash the password, but you'll also check if the phone number has already been used by another user. Okay. And if obviously these have been used already, email and phone number, you'll throw an error. Otherwise, you'll start creating the user. So you'll get some extra details like some fillers, basically, which is like created, add, and updated, add. Those two timestamps that you'll have to create on your own out here because the user won't send it from Postman. And then you'll create a user ID as well, right? So you'll create some extra details for the user, for the object. So I'll say create some extra details for the user object. And then you'll also generate the tokens. So you'll say generate token and refresh token. And for that, I think the right place is the generate all tokens function. So you'll say calling the generate all tokens function from helper. Okay. And then when everything goes well, you will insert it into database. So if all okay, then you insert this new user into the user collection, right? And then you'll obviously return status okay and send the result back. So these are all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 steps that we have to just take care of and sign up. So sign up is the only the longer function. So I thought it's better to write like this. Otherwise, you might get confused. But if you want to do the same thing for login, I think I'll just do that so that there's like consistency. I'll do the same thing for login as well, so that it makes sense to you. So what you want to do basically with login is, again, you want to convert the login data from Postman, which is in JSON, to I'll just say Golang readable format, whatever, right? Then the second thing that you'll do is you'll find that user. So find a user with that email. So ideally, you're sending your email address and password to login. So you'll find a user with that email and see if that user even exists. Only then you'll log that user in, right? Then you'll also, if that user exists, then you will verify the password as in if the password is correct. Otherwise, there's no point of verifying the password, right? If the user doesn't even exist. And then you'll, if all goes well, like the user has reached so far, then you'll generate tokens. So again, your generate tokens function comes into play from helper. And you'll update all the tokens as well. So you'll update tokens, like your token and refresh token, and you'll return status OK. So that's your login function. And hash password and verify password are just, getting used here itself. So hash password is getting used in sign up function. Verify password is getting used in login, in the login function. Make sense? So I usually don't do this. I usually don't write comments and then write code. I mean, I know a lot of people do it, and it's kind of it makes it easy to understand, easy to plan. But I do a lot of planning visually. So sometimes you don't see what's happening behind the scene, but I usually have my draw.io open on a different screen, and I'm basically drawing the whole thing out, and then I already have like a game plan. So in the earlier videos, like let's say the SQL video and the like the Golang MySQL video, and I think the server video. So all those videos I used to show also on the screen, as in the whole visual planning that I've done. And I can do that also. I think in the upcoming videos I can show you how I plan for all these functions. But many people think that it takes time to do a lot of visual planning and then code. So this is a shorter way to do that. I mean, faster way to do that. I mean, you don't have to do a lot of visual planning. Just do textual planning, and then based on those steps you can write code. Right? I like the visual way of doing it. Like every single function, I map it out visually, the steps that I need to take. And this is just like a textual way of the same. So whatever works in your case, just do that. All right. Or if you're comfortable not doing any of these, completely all right. I mean, depending on your taste, obviously. So with the get users function, quite straightforward, right? We already done this. It's you start with context. So you don't have the context package, so it'll give you a swig line. And you say with timeout. By now you already know what these functions are and why do we use context and what is context. I'm assuming you've already done the Golang tour, right? I hope you've done it already. So here, context.background, and here you'll say, somehow these, I don't know why these double brackets come up all the time. So spelling of background isn't correct. And here you're about to put a comma and say 100 seconds. So you'll say time.second. And so Golang is really modular, right? Even time, like I can even use second without using the time package. So it's modular, but many people don't like it. They think that it's everything you have to import on your own. But it's also because that's what keeps things very lean, right? So it's already installed context for me. Somehow it's not installed time for me. So if you want to keep things lean and keep all your package builds and all of that very small, this is the right way to do it. Now you need a couple of things, right? Just like we did in the other video, we need records per page. So when you're getting all your users, you want a little bit of pagination kind of a functionality. So you'll say, you'll also send how many records do you want per page, which page do you want it. Like, if you've done, if you're a Node.js developer, then it's very similar to skip in limit. And then you have your start index, where do you want to start from. So you'll have your start index. And then we'll do a little bit of, so this is again like kind of pseudocode that I'm writing here. And this is again, then again, you'll have to do your little bit of aggregation, not very complex. You'll have your match stage, where you'll match the user. And then you have your project stage, right? And after that, you'll have your aggregate function, where you'll pass your pipeline based on the stages that you've built. And then if all goes well, I mean, you'll either pass an error, or you'll ideally want to return all the users based on the various query parameters, all that. Okay. So let's start working from the top. So you'll have c.query and records per page, and I will put the whole of this thing into string conversion.atoi function, because I need a I can only work with integers, right? So, and then that integer I'm going to keep in record per page, comma, error. If you work with JavaScript, you don't have to do a lot of, telling it that if this is integer, this is string and all that. And that's why, that's the whole problem with JavaScript. You have so many errors, right? It's dynamically typed language, and I get really irritated very fast. And like 2 of my products, they have microservices in JavaScript. So I'm speaking from like a lot of experience, very, very deep experience. I'm just not, just passing comments. I'm speaking for a lot of deep experience. I have more than 5 years of JavaScript experience, and some production errors are so bad that you don't even know what's happening. And even somebody with 10-15 years of experience, like not in JavaScript but programming experience, like somebody like me who has more than 10 years of programming experience, like even I have issues fixing bugs in JavaScript. But with Golang, you already know how I write Golang, right? I don't think much. I just write everything, and I don't fix a lot of mistakes also while I'm coding. And at the end, I fix all the mistakes together, right? So it can lead to a lot of anxiety for other people who are following along with me, because they think that, how will we fix so many issues at the end? But that's only because they don't know Golang that well yet, right? So somebody who knows Golang really well, who's worked with it, they would know that you can just do anything here and then fix everything at the end, and everything still works. So it's so intelligent. The language is so intelligent that it'll tell you where you're going wrong. Anyhow, so it's c.query and again you'll just say string convert.atoi. So all you're doing here is just getting your records per page and your records. This is basically, if you have not understood it, this is basically the default. So if there's no record per page that you've sent a 0 there, or you've sent no value here, then you'll basically take a default value of 10. So you want 10 records per page, right? And very similar to skip and limit if you have used PHP or Node.js, like JavaScript or whatever. Here again, you'll get your page, and again, we'll check for the same thing, right? If error is not equal to nil, and page value is less than 1. Sorry, I think I said here that if error, this record per page is nil, right? I didn't mean that. I said that what I meant to say was that if error is not equal to nil, right? I wrote something else and I was reading something else. So if there's no error, and if you've sent a value that's that's not a logical value, like let's say it's 0 or it's in negative or whatever, then you basically give it a value of 10 by default. And similarly here as well, if you're giving a value less than 1 for page, then page by default is equal to 1. Okay, and here the error is different, so it's called error 1. I'm calling it error 1 here. String convert, I'm not sure why it's not getting the string convert package for me. It did get the package for me, and now all the errors have gone away. These 2 things are still squiggly lines because I've not used them yet. So now you want to work with start index. So before I do that, I'll create a variable called start index, and the same logic as skip and limit. I'll say page -1 into record per page, and here I'll get this converted into integer. Now, mind you, this is not compulsory. I mean, you don't have to do all this, what I'm doing, like records per page and start index. You can just write a very simple get users function. You don't have to do all this. But we're doing it because we just want it to be a little more professional, right? Because it's quite possible you might want to use it in production or some like proper application. So you would want to have a skip and limit everywhere. So here you'll have to put this walrus character because you're defining start index for the first time. Okay. And for match stage, what you want to do is you want to say bson dot the walrus character, and you want to say bson dot d, capital D, and you want to $match, comma, bson dot d, empty. You're sending something empty there. So there's nothing happening in the match stage. Everything is getting matched, right? And here you'll write $project, comma, bson dot d, and since if you've done a lot of videos with me, you already know what aggregation is, right? You already know what MongoDB aggregation is. But in case you don't know, aggregation is basically something that helps you match a lot of things. It has a lot of stages, right? It lets you perform a lot of operations. Like in an SQL database, you would have join operations. Here, you don't have join operations, you have aggregate. So aggregate lets you do a lot of joins, but it also lets you do a lot of different things, right? It lets you match, it lets you project. Project means that you want particular thing in your output, particular things in your output. So that's what project does. So project is saying that I want a total count, I want something called as the items. So all the user items, that's basically the data for all the users. So here it'll say bson.d. And how do you, here is where you'll pass your start index and your record per page. So you're going to use an operator which aggregate gives you access to. It's called the $slice operator. So $slice. You can go and check this out in the MongoDB documentation that I have open on the other screen. You can go check it out. These are all very, very simple concepts. Data. So on Google, you have to search aggregate MongoDB, and you'll come to the right documentation, which is for aggregation. And then you can also, if you want, you can also search for $slice aggregate MongoDB. If you search like this on Google, you'll get the documentation for $slice itself, right? And similarly, you can find documentation for $project and $match. So $match and $project are stages, aggregation stages, whereas $slice is an aggregation operator, all right? And this operator you can use in multiple different stages. So you can either use it in project or you can use it in match. I'm not sure if you can use it in match, but you can definitely use it in project and group and many other stages, right? So every operator has its own preferred stages that it works in. That was just like a very quick introduction to how MongoDB aggregation works. And it's a very, very important topic. If you don't know how it works, if you have no exposure to it, I highly recommend you check it out. I mean, according to me, it's the most important topic in today's times because everything has moved to NoSQL, right? If anybody's using SQL these days, they're not in their right mind, I think. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, many of your, like if you're building like an MVP or POC kind of a product, then definitely MongoDB or something which is NoSQL is the right way to go because if your data schema changes a lot, with SQL, all those migrations is a pain, right? And these days, as you know, technology changes so fast that you have to keep changing your products very, very quickly. And this is why I always recommend to everybody, don't use SQL unless you have a product that you're very, very sure of and you've already tested out in the market and you know it's going to work and you already have users. Then for some microservices, like, you know, the important one, you can start using SQL. But otherwise, if you're in POC stage, MVP stage, you don't know where the product is going, don't ever use SQL, all right? So user collection dot aggregate, and then you'll have result, comma, error. By the way, if you want to talk more about this, you can let me know. I can, you know, explain to you what I mean by all this, right? If you don't know what MVPs or POCs are or how the whole industry works and all that stuff. Anyhow, so this is your entire project stage, what do you call it, object that you'll send to the project stage. and then you'll run your aggregate function, right? So yeah, so this is your aggregate function, which I had written here, which I can remove now. So your aggregate function basically has mongo.pipeline and sends you sends match stage and project stage there. And here at the end, you'll say defer cancel. And then you'll also check for error. So you'll say if error not equal to nil. And you'll say c.json http.status internal error internal server error comma gen.h error occurred while listing user items, and you'll create a variable called all users, which will have bson.m cdx comma ampersand all users here is not equal to nil. If there's an error, you log it out. But if everything went well, so let me remove these lines, either pass an error, or if everything went well, then you want to return the status, which is status OK, and you want to return all the users in the ideal case scenario. So you don't have the log package, you don't have the bson package, and also I've written wrong here, so it should be capital T. So you don't have the bson package and you don't have the log package, right? I have the bson package. Let me write log as well here. Let's shift it log up there. It seems to not understand $match. So let's investigate why that is. So the issue seems to be with the brackets. So with the aggregation, right, it's very important that you put the right number of brackets. If you don't, you'll get into trouble like I just did, right? So I've put the right number of brackets now. All the squiggly lines have gone away. Make sense? So this exact syntax you'll only get once you open up aggregation documents, right? So on your other screen, always have aggregation documents open up and see the right number of brackets. I missed out, one bracket, as you can see. It led to issues. Don't repeat that, all right? Anyhow, so let's work on your get user function. So that's way more straightforward, right? So same thing, ctx and cancel. And here you'll have context dot with timeout again, and context dot background comma 100 multiplied by time dot second. And you'll have user ID is equal to c dot param user underscore ID. And you'll create a user models dot user, and then you'll have user collection dot find one. So we'll use the find one function because it'll find that one particular record for that user ID, right? So you'll say bson dot m user underscore ID. It's user ID dot decode ampersand user. So you have an error here because of models, so you need to also install the models package. That should hopefully sort it out. Yeah, so that issue is gone now. So basically you're creating a variable called user, which is of type models.user, and you'll get your user ID from params, which is user ID, and you'll get your user collection that you've defined already here. You will find one for that user ID, and you'll decode it, you already know, with the help of your struct, which is a user struct, right? And here you'll say defer cancel, and if error not equal to nil, c.json http dot status internal server error, gen.h error occurred while listing user items. And if everything went well, you'll return http dot status okay, user. So that's it. That's your get user function. So your get users and get user is done. Just left with sign up and login. And in case you're wondering where the two errors are coming from, they're coming from this hash password and verify password function, because we're not returning anything, right? So as soon as I write something that return this or that, then the errors will go away. So everything seems to be going fine with your get users and get user function. We'll work on sign up and login. We're going to try and complete our sign up function and hopefully our login function as well. So for the sign up function, I have written some pseudocode in the last video. And also the sign up function, the same one we have also built in the JWT Golang authentication project series. So I will explain as I go along, but I won't explain a lot, right? So to get started, we'll write some. Basically, we're just writing this line. Actually, I'll just copy and paste this, right? Just copy and paste this line. Here's the context line. And then we're defining a variable called user, which is of type models.user. So now you have something to begin with. And now we'll write this whole part where converting the JSON data coming from Postman, something that Golang understands. How to do that? You say bind JSON ampersand user error not equal to nil. Sort of plus this is equal to sign here. And here I'll also check for the error. Then you'll say c.json http dot status bad request, not bad gateway, it's bad request actually, gen.h error error. Okay, so you will convert that into the JSON into something that based on the user struct, and if there's an error, you'll return the error. Now let's validate it. So to validate it, you'll say validate dot struct user validation error, and we'll check for the validation error as well. So we'll say if validation error not equal to nil. I know what's wrong with my keyboard. Okay, so here you'll say c.json http dot status bad request gen.h, same thing basically, error, and we'll say validation error dot error. All right, and we'll return from here if there's an issue. Similarly here as well, we had to write return, so we'll return from here as well. So now you'll check if this email has already been used. So how do you do that? So you'll say user collection that you've already defined on top. So user collection dot count documents. So ctx comma json.m. I apologize if you are hearing some background noise. There's some work going on at my house. It's there's some people who are helping us clean. So user collection dot count documents count comma error. So basically what you're doing is in the user collection in the database, you're counting the documents which have that email that the user has sent, right? The user email. And again, there's some issue here with, I don't know, the double brackets, it shouldn't be there. So move those double brackets. Now everything looks okay. Okay. And you'll say defer cancel, and we'll check for the error here itself. So if error is there, then you'll say log.panic error c.json http.status internal server error comma gen.h error occurred while checking for the mail. All right, and obviously you have to return from this function. Then let's write some code to hash the password. The hash password function is below, so we're just going to call that function here. The logic of that function will be in that function itself. So here you'll have hash password star user dot password and user dot password is equal to 1% password. Now you will check for the phone number. So how do you do that? Very similar to the email one, actually. So what you'll do is you'll say count comma error is equal to user collection. Even if you actually want to copy this, you can copy it, right? It's the same thing that I'm typing essentially. So it's count documents cdx comma pson dot m phone user dot phone, and you'll defer cancel. You'll handle the error in the exact same way. So it's log.panic c.json http status. Actually, if you've done the JWT authentication project series with me, you can copy and paste the code here directly. It's the exact same code, right? But if you've not done that, then you can obviously watch this video and code along with me. So you'll say error occurred while checking for the phone number. Return. Cool. And now there's one more thing you have to do. So you got the count from here, or you got the count from here, right? But now you have to use that count. So how do you use that count? So you'll say if count greater than 0, so the count is greater than 0. What you want to do is you want to say c.json and http dot status internal server error comma gen.h this email or phone number sorry, there's something wrong with my keyboard line, already exists. I'm so used to the laptop keyboard that the mechanical keyboard I miss a lot of characters sometimes. Anyhow, so what we're doing here is we're counting our database to see if any records for that email and phone number exist. And if they do exist, then you will just send this error that, hey, somebody has already used that phone number and email to sign up, so you can't use it. And now we'll create some extra details, right? So by extra details, I mean things like user dot created at, user dot updated at, and user dot id, user dot user underscore id. So for this, we have done this 100 times before, right? The timestamps, these are your standard timestamps. So you can either copy and paste it from the, if you've done the Golang JWT authentication tutorial, you can copy and paste from there, or you can just type it here. So if you're not comfortable, many people are not comfortable typing this whole thing out, so it's recommended to just copy and paste in case you don't want to type this whole thing out. So here it's RFC 3339. Okay, so it's basically time.parts, time.rfc 3339, time.now.format, time.rfc 3339. all this is doing is just putting timestamp for right now, right? That's all it's doing. So you can either type the whole thing, or you can just copy and paste, like I'm going to do right now. Just copy and paste. Right. For the ID, you'll say primitive dot new object ID, and here you'll say user dot ID dot hex. Now you want to generate tokens and refresh tokens. So you want to call this function called helper dot generate all tokens, because that's what the function is going to be called, right? Generate all tokens. And that function is going to take user dot email. It's going to take user dot first name, because as you know, for creating the JWT token, you need these details. As you can add as many details as you want, but these are at least the basic details that we should have in our token. So user dot user underscore ID. So with the help of this, it will generate token and refresh token. So you'll say token, comma, refresh token, comma, blank character and Walters. So helper.generate tokens. And now you'll set the token. So you'll say user dot token is equal to ampersand token. You'll set your token for the user object, and you'll set the refresh token for the user object as well. So you'll say refresh token is equal to ampersand refresh token. Now we want to insert into user into the user collection. So you'll say user collection dot insert one, pass context, comma, user. And again, there's some issue. I keep getting these double brackets. I don't want them. And what you get back from this is result insertion number, and otherwise you'll get an insert error. So now you want to handle the insert error. So if insert error is not equal to nil, you want to say printf user item was not created. So this is the message that you have created, and now you want to just send out that message. So you'll say c.json http dot status internal server error, gen dot h error. And for the error, you'll send the message that you just created here using sprintf to format your string, and you'll return from here. And you'll also say defer cancel. But if everything went well, you want to return status okay. So you'll say c.json http dot status okay, comma, result insertion number. So now there are two squiggly lines that we have. One is for primitive, the other is for generate all tokens. So that means you'll have to import the primitive package. So you'll come here and you'll say go.mongodb.org/mongodriver/bison/primitive. So that should take care of our problem with the primitive. There's still some issue with helper, right? Even though we have imported the helper, we're still having issues with it. I'm not sure why. Because we have generate all tokens function. Let me just copy and paste just to make sure the name is correct or I have not made any spelling mistakes. As you know, I have not used extensions a lot. So this Golang extension is giving me an error here. That means I think that's because we have not completed this function in our helper. So what we'll do is we'll wait till we complete this function here. And then if it still gives error here, then we'll come back and see what's the issue. So till then, let's just work on our login function quickly. So to start with the login function, all you need to do is you need to first start and copy these 2 lines quickly in the beginning, right? And then you need one more variable called found user, and this is of type models.user. Now you want to convert the login data from Postman into JSON. How do you do that? The faster way is just to copy and paste from your sign up function. It's the same thing, exactly the same thing. And then you want to find a user for that email, right? Drink some water. So you need to find a user with that email and see if that user even exists or not. Only then you can log him in, right? So here you'll say user collection, and you'll run a function called find1 ctx comma bson.m, and you'll say email is user.email, and then you'll decode it based on found user, which, as you know, found user is a variable that we've just defined. It's of type struct user. And here we'll handle the error also. If error not equal to nil, we'll say c.json http.status internal server error comma gen.h error. The error in this case is that user not found. Login seems to be incorrect. You can write whatever you want, but this seems to me as the as more accurate of an error. So you'll return from this function, and then you also want to verify the password. So to verify, you'll say, is the password valid? So it's a password is valid, comma msg verify password ampersand user dot password, comma, again let's create these double brackets. I'm not sure why it's happening. Found user dot password, and then you'll defer cancel if password is valid, not true. So that means this password is not valid. You will return the status internal server error, comma gen.h error message return. So you'll generate the tokens again if all goes well. So you'll say helper dot generate all tokens, and you'll capture that in the token and refresh token. And to generate the token, you need to have email found user dot first name and last name. And then you need the ID of the user. So this will help you generate token and refresh token. And what you'll do is you'll update all the tokens. So you'll say helper dot update all tokens, token comma refresh token comma found user dot user underscore ID, and you'll return status okay. So you'll say c.json http dot status okay comma found user. All right. So now coming to our hash password and verify password, they're quite straightforward. Hash password just doesn't do much, just uses the bcrypt library and generate from password. It's quite possible that you've already used the bcrypt library a lot of times. If you haven't, do check out the documentation. It just helps you create a hash. That's all it does. So if you've used Node.js already, you probably already know about this library. That's very, very commonly used. If error is not equal to nil, log.panic error. And all it done is return string with bytes. So that's your hash password. Uses the bcrypt package to create hash from the password. And now to verify your password, you want to return true or false. Again, we'll use the bcrypt package. And as you can see already, it's given me this suggestion: compare hash and password. So whenever you store password in your database, I mean, I'm sure you already know this, but I just want to tell it to people who probably don't know, right? So you don't store your password just as it is, right? You want to always hash your password and store it in your database. And this is why you need this function, which whenever somebody sends their password from Postman, you want to run it through this kind of function, because only the bcrypt library would know the hash and will be able to compare it with the password and tell you if your password is correct or not. So you don't want to store your password just as is into the database, because it can easily get hacked, right? So you always want to hash all of the passwords. So if error not equal to nil, printf login or password is incorrect. Check is equal to false, and you want to return check and the message. Return check and the message. And now when you actually check out your function that we've used here, password is valid and message. So message was basically your error message, and password is valid is your boolean, right? So if password is valid is false, then you return the error message, and the error message in this case being login or password is incorrect. I hope that makes sense. Here it's giving me a squiggly line here because the spelling is incorrect for provided password. So once I do that, the squiggly lines here, at least they go away. And now mostly the issues that I can see are around that helper thing, right? We have done quite a bit, and most of the errors that we're getting are around the helper package.
Is I plan to finish token helper and auth middleware, and then all of our code is done, right? In the next videos onwards, we just have to debug, we just have to create builds, and we have to see where all the issues are. Then we just have to test the APIs. That's the only task that's left, all right? So all the heavy lifting will, all of that will be over in this video. So here with my package helper, now I need to complete my package helper. That's because in my user controller, you can see that it doesn't recognize my package helper, and it's giving me all these squiggly lines and errors and all of those things, right? So here I want to import a couple of things, right? and I'll just leave it open for now. The most important thing that I need here is my signed details, which is a struct, and all these details basically are the details that I want the JWT token to have. So I want my email ID to be there. And by the way, you can freely refer to the code that I've shown you in the JWT authentication tutorial series. It's the same code that I'm using, right? So feel free to use it, feel free to refer to it. I'm doing the same, so I'm referring that same code, all right? So that there's consistency. I mean, I don't want to create something completely different in this case, because we're kind of building upon that knowledge that we already have, right, from that video. So then you have your UID, which is again string, and then you have your JWT dot standard claims, and now it's saying where's JWT, and now it's gotten the JWT on its own, which kind of seems right. I mean, I need it. Seems right to me. Just encloses in brackets. Okay, and now before I start writing these functions, right, I need access to my user collection. This is the standard thing that we've done in all the files. We've basically accessed that particular controller, that particular collection in that particular controller, right? So here in this case, we need the user collection, so which is mongo.collections, because you can tell MongoDB that this is the collection that I want you to look up in the data, and the user's data we're going to store in the user collection, so that's why. So we'll have open collection, and then we'll have database.client, comma user, which is the name of the collection. All right. So as you can see, it's gotten the Mongo package for me automatically as well. It's also got the database for me. So everything seems to be working fine. And here, only thing that's left is I need to call this JWT, and then the squiggly line here also goes away. Okay. Now I need my secret key, so I'll say where secret key string is equal to os dot get environment secret key. Now it's completely optional. I mean, you can set secret key, or if you don't want to set secret key, you can skip it. It basically adds a layer of more security to your JWT token, because then the secret key is like completely unique to you and only you know it. So that's why it just kind of adds a level of security to your JWT token, right? And here I also need OS, but it will be in small letters. So this squiggly line also goes away. Now comes the generate token, all tokens function. So here I'll create something called as claims, which will have signed details. For signed details, you need a couple of things like email, and also what I'll do is when we call this function, we need to pass all these things, right? So first thing I need to pass is email, then I need to pass first name, I need to pass last name, which will be string again, my UID, which is string. Now, this function generates tokens, right? So it's going to return a couple of things. What's going to return is going to return, as you already know, it's going to return the token and the refresh token. So the token, we're going to call it the signed token, which is going to be string, and refresh token, which is going to be string again. And if things go wrong, it might just send you the error. Okay. Again, make sure you've already seen the JWT authentication tutorial series, and you have that code, and just try to stay consistent, because I'm trying to stay consistent with it. So in case you want to keep it open and you want to stay consistent with it, just make sure you're consistent, because we're kind of building upon that same knowledge. So claims is equal to, I put some signed details, referring the signed details here, the struct here. And the struct needs, as you know, it needs an email, right? It needs email, first name, last name. So it's an email, you'll say first name you'll say last name, keep putting commas, and you obviously need your sorry UID, and you'll need standard claims, right? You need standard claims here, so we'll need to define that as well. So we'll say standard claims and JWT dot standard claims. So what's there in your standard claims? You basically, for now, I'm just going to use expires at, which will have the details on when the token needs to expire. So I'll say time.now.local.add. So it takes the time that's right now, and it's going to add something to it. It's going to add time.hour multiplied by time.duration, and going to say 24. Okay, and then we'll say .unix. So in 24 hours, we just want our token to expire, which is fine. I mean, that's you can have it much lesser. I mean, people sometimes keep it even 30 minutes, but since this is not like heavy production kind of an app that we're building right now, but if you want to take this into production, I think our recommended time is 30 minutes. But since we're just building it as a test product right now, 24 hours is okay. Okay, and then you have email, first name will be first name, and then you have your last name, and UID is UID. So all of the things that you have received in this function, and then you put a comma here, and the squiggly line goes away. Now it's asking you for the time package. Makes sense, you need the time package. Okay, so now the squiggly lines for the time package have also kind of gone away. Now here, after this, you've created your claims, but you also want to create your refresh claims. Again, we'll refer the signed details, and we'll say, sorry, the spelling of refresh is wrong. Yeah, so you'll say standard claims is JWT dot standard claims. Inside that, again, you'll have your expires. So you'll say expires at time.now.local, and you'll say .add. It's exactly the same as this. If you want to copy it till here, not a problem. And after that, you'll have Unix, put a comma there, and now inside add, you want to add something. You want to add the time. So in my case, like usually the refresh token should be around 24 hours. That's what I think, but you can keep it as much as you want right now. So for the purpose of this video only, I'm going to keep it a lot more. I'm going to keep it 168, but I wouldn't recommend it in a production grade application. Now that you have your claims and refresh claim setup, now is the time to start creating your token. So you'll say token comma error. You want to say JWT dot, and you will call the function in JWT library, which is new with claims. What do you pass? You pass your claims, obviously, that you just created. That's why there was a squiggly line here, because you had defined claims but you're not using it. So you obviously pass claims, but before that you'll also pass your JWT dot signing method, which is HS256. Cool. Dot signed string byte, and you pass your secret key. in case you want to understand what this function does and what this function does, this basically is creating a new JWT token, right? That's all it does. But if you want to understand the inner workings of it and how these two functions are working, then you can open up the JWT library, the JWT Go documentation, and you'll understand it much better. But all you need to know otherwise is just that this is the JWT library that we're using, and these functions basically create a new token for you using the signing method HS256. Uses the claims. It's going to use this data to create the token for you, this data that you just defined, and it's going to also have this expires at information. And then you're also going to use your secret key that is completely optional, like I said. So like I said, you can read more about it in the JWT Go documentation, but I've kind of explained to you at a generic level what we're trying to do here. So usually, you can do this as well. Usually I keep the JWT Golang documentation, all these different documentations of the libraries that I'll be using. I keep them open in a tab, in different tabs, so I can just keep going between them. It's basically good to keep reading these documentation because they keep adding new functions, they keep changing the functions, they keep changing the variables in the functions. So even what I'm teaching you right now, the code that you have right now, it might change based on these libraries, right? The new versions of these libraries keep coming up. So it's a good practice to always be in the habit of reading these libraries. Even when you're learning from me, maybe you're learning 3 months down the line or 6 months down the line, but my video is old. You can just, and the libraries have changed, probably you're using a different version. It's a good practice to keep checking the documentation. I always do that and try and follow the latest documentation, all right? So we'll say refresh token, comma, error is equal to JWT, the same thing, new with claims, right? New with claims. And you'll pass your JWT dot signing method. And here you get a list of all the methods anyways. So I'll select from here instead of typing it on my own. And instead of claims, I want to pass here refresh claims dot signed string. Inside string, you'll say the same thing. You'll say byte, and you'll pass your secret key. Okay, so you have your token and refresh token now. Okay, and what you want to do is you want to check for these errors. So if error is not equal to nil, you log.panic and you'll show the error, otherwise you'll turn. Now for log, it's giving me a squiggly line. That means it needs the log library, log package. So that's gone now. And token, refresh token, it's giving me a line there because I've not used these yet. I've not used the tokens yet. So if I say return token, comma, refresh token, comma, error, now at least that issue should go away. Yeah, so token, the squiggly line has gone away, but we're still getting a squiggly line here. So let's find out what's the issue. Okay, firstly, let me remove this from here. And there's one more installed. I don't know why. This is the right JWT Go package that I need. So I know where the issue is. If you hover over it, it says no new variables on the left side of the walrus character, right? And that means that Golang is saying that this variable has already been used and there's nothing new that I'm seeing here. Makes sense. It's because you have to call this signed refresh token, not just refresh token. Okay, so you'll have to say signed refresh token. And now you see suddenly the issue goes away. All right. So now we'll head over to our update all tokens. To update token, we'll say signed token, which is string, signed refresh token, which is again string, and user ID, which is string again. And here we'll say var cdx, comma, cancel is equal to context. We have not imported the context package, so it'll give us a little bit of issues with timeout. And we'll pass context.background, comma 100 seconds. And we'll create an updated object. So we'll say update object. It's of type primitive.d. And that means you need the primitive MongoDB primitive package here, which it already installed for us. And I need a couple of more packages, so I'm just going to go ahead and get them on my own. So I'll say go.mongodb. I prefer, even if I have all these plugins, I prefer getting these packages on my own all the time. It's because most of the time these extensions, they get me the wrong packages, as you must have seen during the course of this video, of the series at least. The extensions kept getting the wrong packages for me, and that led to a lot of errors. So mostly I delete these extensions or I don't use them at all. But then a lot of people on my YouTube, they keep commenting, hey, why don't you use extensions? So I just sometimes install them. So it's in this particular video, I've installed those extensions. I hate using them, but just so that everybody's comfortable, I'm using them. So we'll say mongo -driver /bson. And you want to create in the update object, you'll have your sign token and your refresh token. So you'll say we'll use append method. We'll say update object, comma bson.e token, comma signed token, and update object. So here it will be update object is equal to update object is equal to append update object, comma bson.e refresh token, signed refresh token. The other things that you need is you also need the updated at timestamp. So you'll say updated underscore at, comma blank character, and walrus dot parse time.rfc 3339, comma time dot now dot format time.rfc 3339. So once you update all the tokens, you also update the timestamp saying that this is when it was updated, just for your reference so that you know when the tokens were updated. Okay, and you also append now you want to append this this variable that you've created, right? So you'll say update object is equal to append update object, comma bson.e, and it's updated underscore at, comma update underscore at. Cool. So context, it has, I think, yeah, it's installed context on its own, so we don't need to do that. But it's giving me squiggly lines for CTX and cancel because I've not used them yet. And here I'll say upsert equal to true, and use filter, just the very standard update method that we've used in all the other controllers. We're doing the same thing, right? We've used upsert, we've used filter, and for filter we'll say bson.m user underscore id, and we'll add some options. So options dot update options upsert ampersand upsert, put a comma here. So you've created your filter, you've created your options, and now you want to call the update one function, but it's there in your user collection. So in your user collection, you'll call this function, And in the update function, this might return something and it might return an error. So we're more interested in handling that error, because we don't, whatever this returns, we don't want to do anything with that. So that's why I've put a blank character there. Okay. And you pass context to it, you pass filter to it, you pass sound.d and $set, comma, update object. You're gonna send the update object. Put a comma here so that the squiggly line goes away. Put a comma here as well. And here you'd say 10% options. You pass the options. It's giving you a squiggly line here because you've not handled the error yet. But first, I'll defer cancel. So the squiggly line from cancel goes away. And now I'll handle the error. So I'll say error not equal to nil. Log.panic error and return. And at the end also you'll return. So that's your entire function, right? Here there's a squiggly line here, and that's because it should have a capital U. In your update options you have to use capital U. So I'll just go over it again so that just to make sure everything makes sense and everything is there's no issues anywhere. Yeah, everything looks okay to me for now, and we'll obviously come back in case there's any issues. Yeah, everything seems to be all right. So now only the last function is left on this file. It's called the validate token function. So the validate token function, it basically takes in the token, right? And you want to validate it. And how do you want to validate it? There are two things that you're going to check, right? One, if the token is invalid, and if the token is expired. These two things you'll check. And how do you do that basically, right? So to do that, we get a function from the JWT library. It's called as the parts with claims. And in this function, the validate token function, you have to pass your token, right? That's how you're going to check all this. Sign token, it's string. What you get back is claims, which is of type sign details, and you get back a message. Message will basically have your error and, you know, like if the token is expired or token is valid, that kind of stuff. That will be your message. So this function, it takes in a couple of things. And after we've been through the motions with that function, what you want to do is you want to see the token, and then you want to check the claims, and you want to compare that with the signed details, and you'll get the claims, and you'll also get OK, as in if everything is okay with the signed details of the token. If everything is not okay, then you will create a message saying fmt dot printf the token is invalid. So basically this part, right? So I'm just going to cut this comment here and put it here. Okay. And message will be error dot error, and you return from this function. And for the claims, you can also check the token expired part. So you'll just cut and paste it here. He will say if claims dot expires at less than time dot now dot local dot unix, then you'll have msg is equal to fmt dot printf, and the token is expired, and message error dot error return And here you'll have return claims, message. Okay. So this FMT package, I think we didn't have it. Yeah, it's installed for us automatically. Okay. So now this function, right, the function passed with claims with the JWT, you can check out the Go JWT package and you'll find this documentation there for this function. And it takes in three things. It takes in your signed token, which you're going to pass into this function. It takes the signed details. Okay. And it takes in a function which takes in the token of type jwt.token. It returns an interface basically, or it returns an error. And you're basically returning your secret key or nil for the error. Okay, put a comma here, and here you'll get basically the token, error. Sorry. Now the only issue is with the expires at, and I don't know why it's giving me a squiggly line like this, but everything else seems to be okay. Everything else seems to be all right, because I've already used expires at everywhere, so I'm not getting why it's giving me a squiggly line out here. Okay, so in case you're getting an error like me out here at expires at, don't worry, we'll handle it in the next video. Since we have less time in this video, I want to finish the auth middleware function completely, and then the next videos are going to be all about bug bashing and fixing things and testing the APIs anyways, right? So just park it, don't worry about it, park it on the side and open up your auth middleware and let's start working on this function quickly. Okay, it's not going to be a very complex function. So you'll have your client token c.request.header.get token, right? So we're just basically writing the entire authentication logic in this function, all right? And you want to check if the client token is empty. If there's no token passed, then obviously it's an issue, right? And you'll have to have double is equal to sign, obviously, because you want to compare the values. So here you'll say c.json http dot status internal server error comma gen.h, and the header is going to be fmt.sprintf, and you're just going to write no authentication token provided. Okay, so you'll say no authorization header provided. Basically your token is nil, so that's why you're saying that. And you're going to abort, so you'll say c.abort. Okay, c being your gen.context, and you'll just return from this function. Now you want to get your hands on the claims, so you'll say claims comma error is equal to helper dot validate token. So we just created that function, right? Validate token function. And here you'll pass the token, the client token, which is basically in your request. So the request is basically what the user sends to the API, right? That's the request. And in that header, you'll set the token. So whenever you call your APIs from your Postman, you'd probably have seen that you set your header with the token. So that's what we're checking, and then we're capturing that value in this variable called client token. I'm sure, I mean, you guys have been following me for quite some time, so I don't need to explain all this to you, but I'm just making sure that, you know, everything makes sense. So by mistake, I didn't get with small g. You just have to make it capital G, and the squiggly line, if you're getting there, it'll go away. And here we want to now handle this error that we might get on this line, right? So if error is not empty, you want to say c.json http dot status internal server error command-gen.h error okay, and you want to close this bracket from here. Now there's only one squiggly line for the claims because we've not used the word claims as of now, but here we'll say c.abort, and then again the same format we'll return from here. Now you want to set c.set, you want to set everything, you want to set the email, claims.email. So you already know, and that's why I created a token helper before, so you already know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this email here in the sign details and first name, last name. So in the context, you want to set email, you want to set the first name, which is going to be claims.first name. You want to set last name, claims dot last underscore name, and c dot set uid comma claims dot uid. Obviously there's a capital U here, so that's why we're getting a squiggly line. So all of this needs to be consistent with this, right? Email, first name, last name, and UID. And you'll set c dot next. So your auth middleware file is complete. You don't see any errors here. The only issues that I'm seeing right now are with the user controller file and with the token helper file, right? You see two issues. One is with this package. So have we not installed this package? I think, yeah, that's the reason. I think we've not installed this package yet. That's why we get this error issue here. And otherwise, the only other issue is that expires at issue, right? So it says type sign details has no field or method expires at. No issues. We'll handle all the issues in the next video. And trust me, we'll have hundreds and hundreds of more issues. Once we build this entire project, we'll have a lot of issues and we'll solve them, not an issue, right? And then we'll test our APIs and then everything will hopefully work fine. So if you've reached here till here, congrats. It's a huge journey. It's a big journey. We've created quite a big project, right? So many controllers, so many models, routes, and middleware, and helpers, all of that. So in the previous video, we were getting an error out here, right? Claims what expires at. And that was because of this package. We had not installed this package. So all I did was I just went to my terminal and I said, go mod tidy and install this package. And even that error, we were having only one error in this file and in all the whole of the project. And then that error went away. So now we don't have any errors. And I also did go build and I didn't get any errors. Because we have already solved all the errors, right, along the way from video number 15 onwards. And now when you basically start the project, right, when you start the project, you say go run main.co, the project will start for you. It asks me to allow access to the firewall asks me for access and I allowed it. So you can see that all the APIs are working, right? All of our APIs are working, our users, tables, orders, invoices, etc. And all we have to do now is go to the auth, like the restaurant management collection and Postman. And we have to start basically calling these APIs. So let me change all this data basically. and phone number also I'll have to change. Now let me try signing up. So it does sign me up. If I try to log in, it will log me in as well and give me the token, right? And all of our APIs like add menu and add item, all of those will work. Sorry, I had to copy and paste it. So let me copy and paste again. Copy and paste. So it has added a menu for me, and you can add a food item to the menu as well. And all of the things, right? You can add a table, add order or item node, invoice, get food, get menus, all of that. Just like we did earlier, just like we did in the first video. Just check out the first video in case you want to see it in complete detail. And what I'll do is just copy this here, the token. And here you can see all the food items. And if you want to see all the menu, you can see all the menus as well quickly. What I'm doing is I'm leaving this code on GitHub, and the GitHub directory, the link will be there in the description of this video. In case your program doesn't work like this and it doesn't work as expected, please put comments below or connect with me on LinkedIn and put, send me the issues. I'll try and help you out. If you've reached this far, if you've been through the whole video, the whole series, right? It's a long series. If you've been through all this, congrats, you're really hard working. You've come this far and you've done the entire project yourself. And now I will continue with the older projects, but I'll also start a couple of new projects like an e-commerce platform in Golang. So it's going to be slightly different. It's not going to be exactly the same like structure as this with restaurant manager. It will be slightly different, right? So if you're interested, do follow along with that also. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have subscribed, right? Because there's a lot of value on this channel. You get to see awesome projects like this. And finally, it's complete, right? It's been a long time. We've been following along, and it's complete. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video series.